Testing 1, 2.
Testing 1, 2.
Testing 1, 2.
Mhm. Well, we have one that he's not gonna be here, Pablo. But we can begin, right? So we can have on the record we started at 4 for the training. 401, 402. Okay, welcome. We have a study session. It is February 12th. So 13. February 13. We will begin with the study session training.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the Council Planning Commission, City Manager, City Clerk, Deputy City Clerk. Today we are doing a second hour of AB 1234 training. There's 4 categories. We did category 3 and 4 last time. We kind of did a little bit. We're going to do consisting of a certificate for 1 hour of investigation, a copy of the slides, a self-assessment test, and then a self-study packet. And then you'll also see a sample from the Political Practices Commission, a letter there. I'm going to be handing out another packet. I wanted to just briefly touch on a topic that we talked about last time regarding the Brown Act. We covered Brown Act last time, but I thought it might be useful because it came up during the meeting last time regarding a question came up during the meeting. I just wanted to kind of touch on that topic. As we talked about last time, the Brown Act is regulations for making the meetings public, open to the public, disclosure to the public, that kind of thing. So we have to post the agenda ahead of time, give an opportunity for the public to comment on the agenda items. If it's a regular meeting, they can comment not only on the agenda items, but anything that's within the scope of the public body that they're the consent calendar or consent, and some agencies call it consent agenda, is a part of the agenda where agenda items are grouped together, and typically those items are voted on as one motion, one vote. In general, the traditional rule is that they are routine items, meaning they come up all the time, whether it's once a week, once a month, once, whatever the period may be, if it's once a year, it's still considered routine items. But those items are usually non-controversial. It's usually something that nobody wants to talk about in detail because it's routine. However, for the consent calendar, any member of the governing body can have an item pulled for consideration and action. And when I say action, that's what the Brown Act, that's terminology of the Brown Act to basically as a vote. We call it action, so they took action, then it's a vote. So consent calendars, and I think the important thing to remember is that there's more than one way to comply with the Brown Act. It's not that that you have to do it a certain way. So you may go to a conference, and it happens to me all the time. With other clients, they'll come back from a conference and they say, hey, I was talking with the mayor of this city or the director of this, the president of this other special district, and they do their meetings this way. Why don't we do it that way? And the truth is what they're doing is probably illegal, but the way we do it is legal too. There's more than one way to comply comply. And the public comment is kind of an example of that. You can have an agenda item, up at the agenda that's public comments on everything. Or you can say, no, we just want you to talk about what's not on the agenda. And when we call the item, that we'll call up the public and give them an opportunity. So there's different ways of doing that. But the key there is to give them an opportunity to comment on the item. Before you take action on it, before you vote. And the same is true for the closed session. They may not know what's going to be discussed in closed session. They see there's closed session, there's very little disclosure about what it's about. But they still have an opportunity to comment on closed session agenda as well. And so likewise, when you have a consent calendar, they can comment on consent calendar items too. So they get their public comment. It's just a matter of when. And there's more than one way to do it. So a second ago, I said that traditionally it's been routine items. While, over the past couple of decades, it's really kind of shifted with a lot of agencies. I've been talking to some other city attorneys as well to figure out, how do you guys do, how do you guys do it and what's your view on this? And really, what I'm starting to see and what I've handed out, the last handout is a copy of the agenda for the Larry County Board of Supervisors. They're under the Brown Act too, just like you have. And if you look at it, it's this agenda, this is kind of the opposite of what they used to do when I worked for the county. Their agenda was tiny. And now if you look on page 2, item number 7 to 35 are all consent calendar. And that's pretty much everything. And they do have a separate closed session. And we have a item that look on page 6. What they want presentations on. But for the most part, this makes their meeting go a lot faster because and when I used to work there, sometimes we'd see school buses there because there are people who are being bussed in to comment on the agenda. They wouldn't be leaving until 5:30, 6 o'clock, starting at 9 o'clock in the morning. Their meeting goes all day. Of course, they're paid full-time salary, the supervisor. But if they didn't have something controversial, it still took them to like 2:30 to get the full agenda. Now, I went to a meeting recently. In fact, I think this is from one of the meetings that I went to. They were having about an hour, a little bit over an hour, with all county business. Because that's the way they structure their agenda. And there's some jurisdictions that allow public control from the consent calendar. There's others that don't. The theory in allowing the public to do it is, hey, if they want to know more about it or discuss it more, it's their public agency, they should be allowed to. The opposite argument is, hey, they elected us to be their representatives. That's what the whole definition of democracy is, representation by elected people. We'll handle it for them. They can still have their public comment on the item, but we're handling the business. So there's different philosophies, and I just say that just so that we, so that it's clear that, yeah, there is more than one way to comply. If the council decides that, hey, they want to explore other ways of doing things, that's perfectly fine. Because you're not going to get a different opinion and say the way we're doing it is illegal. It's just that because somebody else does it differently, maybe their council likes it that way. And as long as it's compliant with the Brown Act, it's going to be okay to do it either way. For example, in jurisdictions where they do have, where they allow the public to pull an item, that city council or board of supervisors will have bylaws. And those bylaws will say that the public can pull an item. Or they can say the public won't. They can say it takes 2 council members to pull an item. Or they can say no, you have to have a vote to pull an item. So there's different ways that you can do it, and they're all lawful. It's just a matter of what your governing bodies have on it. Yes,
Yeah, one of the meetings in Hanford, LAFCO, Kings County LAFCO, there was an item that it was, like you say, controversial because there were a lot of property owners. There was about an annexation on a county side to city limits, and some of the property owners didn't wanna belong to within the city limits. But other ones wanted it to be annexed to the city to get city services. So one of the board members asked to extend it, not to take action, because we were supposed to take action at that time. But that one required a second in order, and then a vote in order to table that item. But that was to give opportunity to the property owners, because some of them claim that they never got any letters or notices about what's gonna happen that day at that meeting. So they just wanted it to get more information and kind of, so they can argue the pros and cons about the annexation. So I think that, like you mentioned, when there's an item that is so, there's pros and cons, you gotta really kind of have the time to see what your action is
That's a
gonna be.
good point, Mayor. And, I think that example highlights the fact that, there are different types of agenda items too, because an annexation is done by public hearing. Public hearing means you have to publish notice in the newspaper and send notice out, usually within 300 feet of the project area. So that everyone has a chance to come, and then when they come, they get to give testimony to the governing body. And so that item, there's no way we can ever put that on consent calendar. Though when the government code says they get a public hearing, that's it. It's out of consent. That one is never gonna be on consent. So yeah, there's different levels. And, the government code does a good job of taking care of all of those issues to make sure that everyone has an opportunity. But it is interesting that they showed up and they said they never got noticed.
Yeah, but they were.
But anyway, I just wanted to touch on that point. Are there any questions about consent calendar?
No,
The thing I see here is that they don't have no resolution. I mean, they have items, different items of different topics, but it doesn't have resolutions on them at all.
Yeah, they do have agreements, for example, nine, so they have actual contracts.
Yeah, that's no resolution where it's from resolution. There was a resolution of the contract. Resolution that you don't.
Yeah, one thing I'll note is we started putting the resolution on the agenda just to help keep track of the number, but if you go back probably 3 years prior, we didn't put resolutions on the agenda. We started putting it just because we would lose track of what resolution number it is, and everyone's looking at the agenda, so to help keep track of the resolution numbers, we started putting it on it. But that, I mean, here you see, yeah, you're right, they don't put the resolution, but I'm sure many of these are by resolution.
You have to look at the. Any other questions? Comments?
We have
We have
a
a planning
commissioner,
commission.
planning commissioner.
So I'm gonna pass around the sign-in sheet. I'll start off up here. with the sign-in sheet. I think-
Didn't get this week? Yeah, did you come?
yeah, I got it.
Moses, there's some extras.
Oh,
In
okay.
case you need it. Okay.
So, again, as I mentioned earlier, we covered two of the broad major topics already, the transparency and fairness. Today, we're gonna cover, personal financial gain and, personal advantage and perks. So we're starting off on, the third page there. Where it says thinking beyond, ethics laws, you'll see the categories there, and then at the bottom, it says good forms. That's, so turning that page, the basic principles here or that the public's interest should be the sole motivation for your decision on the governing body. And the key concept here is that when you're sitting on a public body, you have a fiduciary duty that controls the public agency. Fiduciary duties, there are several of them. The key ones are the duty of loyalty, the duty of competence and diligence. And basically what it amounts to is you have to act in the best interest of the public agency. Public servants should not benefit financially from their positions. This we'll discuss later. We'll discuss Government Code Section 1090 later. But there's a case, Chacon, People versus Chacon. And anytime you hear people versus somebody, that's a criminal case. And in that case, we had a council member who was being prosecuted because they negotiated taking over the city manager position.
Earthquake.
Yes.
Oh, that one, earthquake.
Yeah, there was some San Jose. You had a big in San Jose,
Today,
yeah, not too long ago.
10 years of meetings outside.
Well, we'll see if, how's that?
Yeah, that was pretty fun.
Looks like we're doing, maybe leave that door open right now. Yeah, that one's open.
So let's cover a few basic, categories here. First, the easy one, bribery. Bribery.
That's easy?
Yeah, bribery, I mean, it's in there. You bribe a public official or a public official takes a bribe, you're going to prison or jail. That's
Mhm.
7 on your exam.
Number 7.
So that one's an easy one, but it's not always about money. And that's kind of the issue is like getting complicated. Bribery, bribery doesn't legally require it to be cash. It can be a favor, it can be something else that is valuable to the public official. The key concepts here are that public officials may not solicit, receive, or agree to receive any benefit in exchange for their official action. So
Right there.
the key here is be aware of a situation where somebody's saying, hey, do this, vote this way, do this for me, and I'll do that for you. Because it doesn't have to be cash.
It's like just personal gain.
Yeah, personal gain or personal favor. If you vote this way, I'll write a letter of recommendation for your son or your wife or whatever. It can be as easy as that. Actually, they
Came in
have
that way.
here, if you vote to approve X, I will write a letter of recommendation for your son. So, and of course, you know, you can see the next slide, the penalty, you can see the US Marshals taking this guy away. It's a white collar crime. But, you know, the next slide, we talk about similar crimes, receiving reward for appointing someone to public office. That one, the good example there is the governor of Chicago, Blagojevich, years back. He went, you know, there's phone calls recorded of him saying, yeah, what are you gonna give me if I appoint you? And, you know, I think it was Obama administration that prosecuted him. He just got out of jail not long ago. I think Trump exonerated him like in 2020, right before he was leaving office, and he just actually recently gave him a pardon. So embezzlement, that means converting public funds or property to your own use and benefit. So, and then there are civil laws that exist, such as the False Claims Act. And that one, you know, the False Claims Act, there's a federal version and California has its own version. But for example, if you submit a false claim to their agency, for example, to get reimbursed for mileage that you didn't actually do, or a hotel room for a conference, something like that, that's considered a false claim. And aside from the criminal penalties, you could be sued. You could owe 3 times the amount. You have to pay attorney's fees for the government agency. You know, there's a lot, of consequences, criminal and civil, usually. So now, the harder one, the next slide, conflicts of interest, the basic principle is you do not participate. When we go into your financial interests are affected by that decision. And notice the key word here is participate. So that's a pretty broad word, if you have any decisions affecting immediate family, that's also covered. It's not just your personal financial interest. If you have somebody in your family who is dependent on you, you have a financial relationship with them in some way. Together, for example, you guys are both responsible for certain expenses of living together. You are financially intertwined in that sense, and so if you make decisions that affect them, really it's affecting you financially. So be careful because it can get complicated like that. But going back to this principle that you may not participate, what the Political Reform Act says is you may not make, participate, or influence a decision, and so. You know, these are the other important thing to remember here is that these are personal responsibilities. That means you individually have that duty. It's not the agency. If an individual who's elected or appointed does not comply with these responsibilities, they themselves will be punished, not the public agency. So that's what I mean when I say it's a personal responsibility. And so when you have a situation like that come up, you know, you can choose to recuse yourself or you can choose to abstain. And sometimes, you know, there might just be an appearance of a conflict of interest, but it's not an actual conflict of interest. If you have a family member you have no financial dealings with, they're an adult, you never supported them. It's just a matter of maybe personal bias. It just appears that there could be a conflict of interest. That's another situation where you can recuse yourself or abstain. We'll talk a little bit more about that because there's actually a whole procedure for it. So what financial interest do I have to worry about? The key ones are right here: income, real estate, gifts. So income and real estate are pretty straightforward. The next slide, we talk about income. If you have a source of income that's $500 or more in 1 year, that that's the trigger right there. Your own income from salary or investments is one of them. Board income, that one's actually a tricky one. That is exempt from disclosure, so you don't have to disclose that. That's not going to create a conflict of interest if you're voting on a resolution to increase the council salary, for example, because it's statutory exempt. There's a statute that says there's no conflict of that. Your spouse's income in California is what we call a community property state. So that means once you're married to someone or you're a registered domestic partner with them, from that moment on until death or divorce, every dollar you earn is considered 1/2 your spouse's. Every dollar your spouse gets is 1/2 yours. So if they're receiving income from somebody who might have business in front of the council, then guess what? You're receiving income from somebody who has business in front of the council too, because half of your spouse's income is yours under California community property principles. So, you know, that's not all that obvious either. Loans and guarantors, again, the threshold there at 500. If somebody comes out of business for the council and they made a loan to you, or the planning commission. Then. You, your personal financial interests are triggered. You'd be willing to recuse or abstain. You have extra water.
Yeah, grab any of those.
Yeah, this one.
Here,
Yeah, Pablo is not coming.
there's a lot more back there too.
That's in what it was in, I think it was Euro San Jose in that area, or about 2 hours ago, they had a 4 point something too.
Oh, we're pretty small.
It feels small.
We don't
So,
even
We'll wait
hear
till
you.
it's an 8 or a 10, that would be.
Six
Maybe
is
something.
six, you gotta start worrying about.
Infrastructure.
So, next slide, what income is not included, in this trigger, $500 trigger? Campaign contributions. Yeah, you don't have to. You don't have to include that necessarily. But you do have to disclose it, for example, your items. With the FTC, so it's public knowledge,
Wait, do you?
Yes.
yes.
They're probably breaking the law. Shoot.
And by the way, number 14 on the self-study, I think mine covers this, but elected officials cannot solicit campaigns from employees. And that's just by statute, that's just something that the legislature has put in place, a restriction. So what else is not included in this $500 trigger? Government salary or income. Again, so if you work for another government agency, let's say you work for Colingo, right? It's not within the boundaries of Avenal, obviously, you don't have to disclose that. Even if you work for the county, which does have overlap in jurisdiction, you don't have to disclose it. You know why? Because it's already public knowledge. It's already out there. And it's not going to preclude you from making a decision. Because by statute it's exempt. So next slide, real estate, real property interest of $2,000 or more is what we're talking about here. Property that you own and community property, so it could be property that's in a spouse's name that they purchased while you were married. Again, everything they own is half yours, even though your name's not on it. So keep that in mind. Property that you long-term lease, except month-to-month tenancy. We always have a property. 500-foot rule means that this is actually in fact in government code. If you are making a decision about a project, usually it comes up in the context of the project. It could be a code enforcement matter or an appeal or something like that. But if that decision affects property that's within 500 feet of property you own, then potentially, not that it will, but potentially it's affect your property value. And because of that, it can have a material financial impact on you under these laws, the political reform act. So be careful of that.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah.
Didn't quite understand that.
So if there is something that comes before the council that deals with a property that's within 500 feet of, say, your home, that could affect your property value. For example, if it's code enforcement, you guys are gonna do an abatement because they have trash everywhere and now it's gonna be clean, guess what? That may actually make your property value go up. And so because of that, because it could impact something you financially, something you own, that's the trigger. It's this $500 trigger. If it could affect you $500 worth, then you have to think about refusing or something.
Recluse from voting, taking action. Because by perception, it may trigger that you voting in favor to get a personal gain or financial gain because your property value may go up.
Yeah, that's the whole reason behind the rule of you know, if you have a source of income that's $500 or more. And again, it doesn't even have to be technically income. Um, it can impact how you think about it. And remember what we talked about at the top of the thing was you have to make decisions that are in the best interest of the agency. You have to put the agency's interest before yours. And so if you have this issue that might potentially impact the property value and ultimately your finances, that could prevent you from putting the agency's interest first. And that's the whole reason why you want to disqualify yourself. And use yourself. So I can't go over and do that self-study. So next slide, if you have a conflict, you must disqualify yourself. And this means disqualification means more than just not voting. Not voting is what we call abstention or abstaining. If you have a conflict, you have to not discuss the item. Can't be involved in any part of your decision-making process. Don't discuss before or after the meeting. And in addition, you have to publicly identify the nature of your conflict. This is all by regulation. The regs say that you have to announce and have it entered into the minutes what the conflict is. And then leave the room during the discussion. And the reason for leaving the room during the discussion is, again, remember we said making or making, participating, or influencing the decision. The idea behind leaving the room is that if you're in the room, somebody who actually is going to vote might vote differently if you, just because you're there, and you might get angry, or maybe it makes you happy, or you know which way they vote. And so for that reason, you wouldn't be influencing the decision if you remain in the room. So, so the reg says you have to be. And this is number 5, number 9. Self studies down. In particular, and this report card number 5 on there. The rule is tricky because it's more complicated because it doesn't just involve making a decision that helps you out. In other words, something comes before you that's going to increase your position financially. Yeah, that's a conflict, but you can actually voting against your own interests can too. So if you make a vote that's going to cost you money, you can say, hey, look, this is going to cost me money, but I'm going to vote. Guess what? You can't make that vote because it's affecting you financially. And the regulation doesn't say it has to benefit you positively or negatively. It just says if it impacts your finances, you're disqualified. You cannot be involved in the decision. So it doesn't discriminate. A lot of people don't realize that they think voting against their interests, that it's okay for them to stay involved in the decision-making process, and that's not the case. So next slide, disqualification versus abstention. I think we kind of covered that already. But I will say this, disqualification, that's a legal requirement. Abstention is purely voluntary. You can abstain just because there's an appearance that you might be biased. And say, look, I'm going to abstain, that's my cousin. And I don't want to be able, I've been at a council meeting where the council member comes up before the meeting, they're like, yeah, I'm going to abstain because I really want to deny their project, but but I don't want them to be mad at me, and plus it just looks like a conflict, and I'm like, yeah, okay, that's your call. So anyway, sometimes you may just want to abstain anyway, you know. But there is a difference. Disqualification does not imply that you did anything wrong, even though it kind of sounds that way. But, if you don't disqualify yourself, then yeah, that's problematic, that you're crying in this manner. Disqualification. Sometimes I've been at council meetings where we have just a bare quorum, 3, and I was at one where all 3 of them had a conflict. And it was something that really had to be voted on, it's a big project near the school, and so in that situation, the law provides an out, there's what's called the rule of necessity. And so if somebody was going to disqualify themselves, then we wouldn't have a quorum. And so the rule of necessity says that even if you have a disqualifying conflict, you can still participate in the decision if there's no other way to have that decision made. And in that situation, we wouldn't be. It does come up. I've seen it come up.
In order to have a quorum, right?
Right. And so the other thing I want to say about abstention is that when you abstain, you're just saying, I'm not voting. You're not legally required to leave the room and all that. And that's a situation where you're not disqualified. You're just choosing to not vote for whatever reasons. In that situation, your silence, your non-voting can be treated as a positive vote, a vote as a yes, a yay. So a lot of people don't know that. You can change that if you have bylaws, you can change that, but the default rule is you get kind of a yes vote and the motion will pass even if you abstain.
It's like a no contest, huh?
Basically, yeah. That's what the case law says, that you're consenting to it. Okay, conflict of interest. So there's this other area of conflict of interest called the revolving door prohibition. This is under a statute. It's aimed at lobbying activities of ex-officials, meaning after you leave public office, you go back and you try and influence decisions. And the gist of the rule is that you cannot represent someone for compensation for 1 year after leaving your public office. So if you're on the council, you can leave your seat and then come at the next meeting as hired by a company to influence the rest of the council. And same with the planning commission. You're gonna leave the planning commission, now you got hired by DR Horton. And they're trying to go to the next planning commission meeting and convince them to pass our project. It's just illegal. That's just by statute. So next slide, government code section, government code 1090. This is a very serious law. This one is actually a felony if you break the law. And this is one that only affects contract. So it prohibits contracts between a public agency and its public officials. And you cannot disqualify yourself. So for example, if you own a business and your business had some agreement before the council, maybe you're selling property or providing a service, that contract cannot be approved while you're on the council because government code section 1090 says that it's prohibited. It's absolutely prohibited. And so, and this doesn't just apply to council members, it applies to department heads too, and upper management. Disqualification is not enough. That means if you stand up, you say, I got a conflict and you leave it home, that's not enough either. Because 1090 just says it's illegal. You can see the amount of the transaction is irrelevant, even if it were a $50 transaction, still can't do it. And the consequence for this is you can be sued or prosecuted And ultimately, you have to refund the money, whatever was paid. Even if you provided something valuable to the public agency, you have to pay the public agency back the funds. So it's a heavy penalty. You know.
About jail time, up to jail time.
Oh, yeah, you can, yeah, over a year in jail. Yeah, it's a felony. I mean, the big one is, you know, sometimes our, council members that I had in other cities, where they own a business. And they want to do business with the city and big contracts, and if they do it. They'll have to pay all that money back, and all the services they gave was all free. But, yeah, the fines are huge. And you can go to jail. And obviously, you know, if it's felony, you're convicted, you can't hold public office because you have to be a felony.
Yeah, I think it's public, but we did have a case like a towing services between CHP and the city police department. So that, a direct, conflict of interest in gaining, financial gain, making that
The
contract.
CHP, officer.
No, we had a towing company that applied to have a towing, I guess, a permit with the CHP services. Let's say a car gets towed, they will call the towing company, either it can be CHP or city police department that will be towing the car.
Right.
So if it's a council member or planning commissioner or a higher staff member that's doing business directly with the city.
Oh, right, yeah, that could be seen that way. That's a little bit trickier one, because really the tow company, they're actually a private provider. But yeah, if it's a council member who's paying to get their car out from them, it could be like, hey, you're doing business with them.
No, he's the owner of the towing company.
Right, but when you pay them to get the car out,
Mhm.
that can be viewed as, hey, you're doing business with them. And now the tow company's contract comes up in front of the council, that council member's there. Although it's not business they want it to be. Yeah. And there's a lot more tricky ways that can come up. So again, the next slide is the penalty for violation. We kind of talked about all of those, but in addition, there's a personal penalty, and a political penalty, embarrassment. You know, the newspapers will certainly write about 1090 violation, certainly if you're convicted on it, or even charged on it. The city's decision on that contract gets invalidated, so you have to redo that, go to the council, find a new vendor, whatever it is. And then, if you're sued civilly, which the public can sue, then you will have to pay attorney's fees for the plan, as well. So, yeah, whenever you have a redo, there's always lost time there. Any questions on those conflict issues? All right.
I noticed for the gifts, Ray, you said it will be discussed later, so still to come?
Yeah.
Okay.
So now we're gonna move on to group 2, perks of office. The basic principle is democratic equality. Public service should not receive some special benefit because they're public servants. You should be treated like everyone else. And that's much different than private sector. If you're in the private sector, the company might give you a special parking space and give you, buy you lunch all the time. But what public dollars and public resources, not money, but if you use for computer, printer, whatever it may be. There's 2 general kinds of perks that others will offer you, and then perks that you give yourself by virtue of your position. So perks from others, that's the gift. That's what we refer to as a gift. And the reporting trigger is $50. So if it's $50 enough, you have to list it on your Form 700. But if the gift is 590 now, in 2025, that's the new limit. Now, you have to include it on your Form 700, but also you have to disqualify yourself. If the person who gave you the gift has business in front of the council. Number 13, on the self-study exam, and by the way, some of these may not apply to you, they may never come up, but we covered 6% of the property for requirement. But simply reporting or disclosing the cost of an airline ticket, for example, is not, that's not the only concern. There is a gift limit there too, so if you ever, if you can come up with a vendor, I had one time where there was a vendor in Ohio and they wanted to fly the members of the governing body out over there to go to their factory. Probably manufacturers and equipment that they use for their ponding beds, their wastewater treatment plant. And that's, this is kind of that situation, where if somebody ever offers to fly you out somewhere, a private vendor, if it's a government agency flying you out, it's not gonna be a problem. Or if the city itself is paying for it, it's not gonna be a problem. If somebody else is paying for it, that's where it's gonna be a problem. So just remember, again, like I told you last time, I don't expect you to remember these rules and memorize them. Just remember the issue. If somebody's offering you a trip out of state, just remember that, hey, I gotta look into it to make sure there's no issue. And then you can always go back and refer to these materials and figure it out. Or ask me about it. Next slide. And this is gonna start with telling them self-study exam. Kids don't always have to. That somebody takes you out to lunch for dinner. You're paying for your food and drink. That's gonna be considered a gift that you have to, if it's over $50, you know, you put it on your Form 700. There is an exception for charitable and political fundraisers. You won't have to report that. And that's, you know, they have to report it. Themselves. So it all becomes public knowledge one way or another. Entertainment, if somebody offers some concert tickets or tickets to sporting events, like the Super Bowl or World Series, you know.
Can't say no to that.
Can't say no to that, but if you have to report it. And it could disqualify you to over $590. So travel and lodging, again, we kind of talked a little bit about that. We talked specifically about air travel, which is also the next slide. There's no free tickets from transportation companies. Is the rule. And the next slide. With the airplane, the advice is your safest bet is if you're on an airplane, make sure that your agency is paying for it. Because, and this is 11 on your self-study exam, the penalty if you take an airline, favorite airline from a private entity that's actually come out to forfeit your seat governing body on your public body. So you don't want to do that. Now, these companies, they can donate money to the cities, and then the city can
buy your ticket.
But again, it's all disclosed, right? And the city chooses who's going to go and so forth.
What about those frequent flyer miles that you get? You know, I'm not saying we are, but some people do get free ticket from the airlines because they have like a program for frequent flyer.
Right.
So what is that also applies to getting a free ticket or what?
The frequent flyer, I think there, I have not looked at that issue recently. From what I remember, in the past, I believe there was an exemption for that in particular, where it's like burn points or miles.
Yeah.
Um,
And same thing happens with some
never reported.
motels companies, that the more you use their chain of hotels or motels,
Right.
you get discounts or you get free rooms sometimes.
The reward, like a reward
Mhm.
program and all that. Yeah, if any of you have that issue, let me know and I will look into it specifically. And report back to the group on that. So I can't remember, I know they were looking at it years ago. Because of that issue in particular that came up, and people were like, well, my credit card, you know, what am I gonna stop using it? So, but if my memory is correct, they work out an exemption for that,
Mm.
but if you do stop reporting,
Mhm. Okay.
so it could disqualify you if the airline ever has business in Clinton County, but we'll check that out. So next slide, thank you gifts. Speaking, the basic rule is no honoraria, which are basically the fees of speaking. Or writing. But there are exceptions. You can accept a plaque or a trophy that is valued at less than $250.
Mm.
You can accept free admission to an event, because a lot of these are fundraising events where you speak. And the cost of admission is pretty high. You can accept lodging and transportation for that, when you're gonna be a speaker, and food for that day. If somebody ever offers you a gift though, and you don't want to embarrass them, you can accept the gift at that moment and thank them and all of that, but do this within 30 days, you re-gift it to a nonprofit, to the public agency, something like that. Then you don't have to report it on as yours, and it's not gonna be a disqualifying gift for your, you know, they have business in front of the council, but, if you re-gift it, you have to notify the person who gave you the gift. You can say, hey, thank you for the gift. I appreciate it greatly. But due to regulations, I have donated it to whomever, that's charity. And they'll appreciate it. By the way, that's number one in the South Phillies. So gift limits. State law penalties by statute is $5,000 if you don't report these gifts. And on top of that, if you're prosecuted or it's hard against you. So it's important to do a little bit of homework if you think that one of these really might be crazy in this situation. So now let's talk about the other transfers, not something that someone else gives you, but something that you can give to yourself, something that you can take the initiative to do yourself by virtue of your public seat. Use of public resources. So the basic principle here is that personal use of public resources, agency equipment is prohibited. So this again is kind of like going to City Hall and running, you know, using the color copier or the color printer or whatever. That would be a personal perk. Or even here, when your iPhone. But you're printing out personal email or bills, you know, that's the kind of thing they're talking about, clips that you can give yourself, you can work in your position, you know, you have access to your facilities, by your position. The next slide, number 12. First point there says use of city email and telephones. That is another example. If you have city email, again, the city paying for it, you should be using it for your personal business. Signing up with Amazon and whomever. You know, because it should be used for city purposes. District support city or district's court ballot measures. This one is another one by statute and that I have to cover. The city cannot support ballot measures, and we kind of know that because we've had a couple of them on recently. But just as a reminder, even if it's a ballot measure that we're putting on the ballot, we still can't have paid to advocate in favor of it. We could pay to educate and give information and give the facts. But we can't take a position. Advocate one vote or another, yes or no vote. You in your individual capacity can. You can say, yeah, you know, I'm a member of my commissioner of the council and I agree with measure X. I can just vote yes on it. That's my opinion. Because you don't use your right to have your own personal opinion. You just can't use city resource, sending out a mass email, for example, to advocate. Everyone please vote yes on measure X. That would be a violation, so be careful of that. Mass mailing, this one is kind of, we're required to cover it, but it's kind of getting outdated because now everything's on email. But there is a restriction by statute that says if you mail out 200 or more items with the picture or name of an elected official, that's a violation. If it's 199, you're okay. But we're not 199 left. And then the other big one that comes up is people will say, well, using the printer, but it was after hours, it wasn't impacting the city's operation. And this is number 12 on your self-study exam. After hours, you can still use it.
Moses, I have a question. I'm on another board and I have them just download the agenda and I use the computer for this board. The iPad. That way I won't have to use my phone or another iPad for their board meetings. Is that?
You know, the city could have a policy, they could enact a policy saying don't do it. I don't think there's one yet on that topic because it's for another public agency and not you individually for your own personal.
Right.
Probably not problematic.
Okay.
And I can clarify on that. So the idea is, any sort of, and again, Moses kind of hit the nail on this one. So long as it isn't interfering with city business, anything on your personal device, you can use it for other boards. However, in the event of a subpoena under the city, if your email is attached and they do specifically request your device, any board member emails would also be would technically be subject to audit. So it's why we try to separate, but it's not necessarily a big deal as far as day-to-day operation goes.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I'm only using it for their board agenda and maybe one or two emails, but I delete them. If I delete them, is that okay after the fact or?
I'll clarify, because I know what board you're talking about.
Mhm.
The city does business with that board as well, so I
Right.
wouldn't see it as a conflict or
Okay.
an issue.
Mhm,
Because it helps you also do your work for the
mhm.
city as
Right.
well.
But here's the contrast. Now, if you work for Intel Corporation, which is a private corporation, you're doing all this stuff for them.
Mhm.
And that's your employer. Well, that is helping you out individually in your private capacity. But because you're doing this for another public agency, it's not, it probably is not problematic
Okay.
from a legal perspective. But very good question.
I also think it depends of agencies. Some agencies have very strict policies about you, and some of them are kind of open that you can use it for other, they don't really care. So you gotta be aware of what's the policy of that agency. That way you don't get in trouble.
Okay.
Because for me, like I have an iPad from the governing board. They have a very open policy. I can use it for my personal use. I can go anywhere, you know, like any website, and they have no restrictions like that. But Then we come to the city of Avenal, they do have a policy that restricts, even downloading apps to your tablet. It's restricted, or there's a policy that kind of guides you what to do, what not to do. Mhm.
So, yeah, it is agency to agency, and so, you really have to look at the particular agency, but in terms of legality of the policy. If they're allowing it for private use, I would probably not be appropriate. But other public agencies should not be an issue. So I'll just wrap up here, because we're closing in on our hour. Consequences of violation, civil penalty is about up to $1,000 a day. Plus 3 times the value of the resource that you use. Criminal penalties, 2 to 4 years in prison, plus disqualification from public office, because not only you still public resources. And there, you can also have some income tax implications if, if it really dropped you down to a lower tax bracket. Because you saved a lot of money using city resources, then yeah, the IRS can come back. Reimbursement issues, it's the city's money. Expense reimbursement policies. Usually, the public agency will require you to complete certain trainings like this one before you can be reimbursed for your expenses, but you can be reimbursed, there's no problem there, it's not a gift, it's not a, this is where you spend your money or you're buying lunch while you're on city business, a meal. That's something that the city should be covering anyway, so it's not considered, income to you or affecting you financially. But if you go to, for example, a, conference, for the city will cover your lodging and all that, your expenses, but if you pay to upgrade your room, because your spouse or your kids are gonna join you, the city shouldn't have to pay for the upgrade costs. So that would not be appropriate. So be careful of issues like that could come up. Local local official compensation, again, that's exempted by statute. And local officials can set their compensation, the council can do it. And there's no problem with that, as long as we stay within the limits of the statute. I think we're done with the hour. We won't go through the South, I tried to call out all the, self-study, answers there. So, we'll leave that up to you. If you have any questions on that, you have both the self-study stuff and the self-study, guide. I've also included in your packet a copy of the letter from the planning commissioner from a city that I used to work for. The planning commissioner failed to file their Form 700 and they were going to be fined. This is a little bit dated, but this is, another example. If you're not disclosing all your stuff, you can definitely see that's how the unit that will go out to you. Any questions? All righty.
Thank you.
Moses.
Can we cut this one?
So the certificate should be turned in to our. Did everyone sign the sign-in sheet?
Yeah.
You have to sign in.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. So we have 8 on here. And I'm gonna give it to the city clerk. Big breakdown.
For break news.
Yeah.
Oh, break.
So you're quick?
Yeah.
No.
No?
They were on the road. Yes, we're lucky.
40 minutes ago.
Yeah, we were on the road still. It is earthquake weather.
It's good living later. That's fine. Qualify me from getting reimbursed, Brian.
Happy Valentine's Day, thank you.
So, if I live in a mobile home, right? My kids are small.
Other people.
I heard it before it came. I heard a, oh yeah, I heard a boom. And somehow it's only, it's an earthquake. My kid, I never felt, especially for trailers, it's worse. You know, it's on steel.
Yeah.
So I called my kid, hey, come here, we stand right here. What? Stand right here. I started shaking. Yeah. But I felt, I heard it. Oh, wow.
That's good though.
Yeah, I heard it.
Thank you, sir.
What's that?
They're gonna move someone March 3rd and the 17th. We are working. If we're more library wants to start to work, we're still there. It's a nightmare. But anyway, I really appreciate you being available. I was trying to for that,
Yes,
Everything's on.
so you may have gotten an email, so we can definitely, it'll be due. Basically, you just have to list, what properties you
But I
own.
can do it there in front of the.
So we can help you. But do they have their emails? Do they? Thank you. Their city email, your personal email? Yeah. Straight info, but it's good. Once you do the first one, then now they make it where you just renew. There's nothing changes. Cause like I have my business, so I always have to add it. It's like easier.
Just the dates and the property.
It's just so it's on the record. It's not so much we want to get it. So if someone ever says, "Oh, I said no," then they can see it.
Yeah, 'cause I remember the first time we got the last one. You don't want. I don't know, yeah, I'm still paying it.
Sure, it's still kind
Pero es chocado, right? Pero como quedó en el record, no?
Oh, okay. So
I went back then, I went back, I went back for the second day, starting to work.
I do have.
Chequé. Tengo varios properties. Para que no vayan a
Right.
salir después.
I'll do anything. You and Sir Joseph wants to come in.
Update Form 700.
Especially for the new audits.
That's on my.
Oh, that's right, statutory, right? Yeah.
So I go online, basically, and then you get it every year. And I don't have to worry about it.
Any questions on the?
Makes it easier.
It does.
On this one?
They sent me a confusing follow-up email about, the attachment.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, that's.
And I think, you know, I had did my own attachment. I just put all the other agencies.
Yeah, okay, yeah, we normally go through it. All right. Gotcha. Escucharon y
Yes, I want 1 second.
Did you guys find out how big that one was?
4.4, it's saying.
4.4, it's a little baby earthquake.
Another space.
I was in a 6.1 one time. And then I think there was a 6.4 at my sister's house down La Puente. That thing was built and everything, and there was a big flash of transformer. And you can just see it coming everywhere.
We try to go.
Yeah, that's why if they're under 5, I consider it small.
Yeah. We work like that. Then later on, they're gonna go out and shop.
Yeah. Well, usually the first one, that's gonna be the strongest.
And then the one's gonna be,
I had my one cup, and I was like, all right, I'm ready to.
Tomas café?
I'm sending everybody.
One of the slides they were doing, canvas and.
I would, but I'll be going to the bathroom. Hey, let's take a break.
I know, that's one of the things that's a hard, like, I. That's why I thought somebody was like, let me in, but then I felt it, I'm like, like that. I'm like, oh, no, this is not-
Yeah, if I drink too much coffee, it goes right to my system. But maybe that'll make me go fast.
I'm like. You know what I was talking about, what should be.
Yeah, I was surprised when I went to the Board of Supervisors. I saw the agenda and I didn't, I didn't even see that the consent calendar started before. I thought it was all. Agenda. Like, all right, this concludes our meeting. What?
Yeah.
Let me try to find.
They're from a bakery called Frosted Muffin in Visalia. They've been around for a while. Yeah, they're a lot of calories in there though. Yeah, basically. Keep you charged up for a while.
Did you ever try sprinkles?
Yeah, I have tried that one.
Yeah. That's the reason why I went to LA.
Thank you, Melvin. Yeah, cause, so it's just easier for me. Because I look it up on the phone and it disappears. And, my computer. Every time I like play with it, and then,
Yeah.
so it just made it easier. That I can go. And then I haven't talked to my other board, director, but yeah. Everything's
That's a good point. You should talk to them too.
Yeah, it's supposed to.
Yeah, I mean, it's public.
Yeah, it's public.
They may want to see a copy of our policy here. Once they see it, they're like, oh yeah, that's pretty strict. They're pretty secure. We don't have a problem. They might have.
Well, they downloaded it on my personal.
Oh, that's.
They don't offer.
Oh, they don't have this.
They downloaded to my personal.
This shouldn't be an issue.
Okay, let's take a picture of it.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, Chief, how you doing? Sorry, your email come through. I haven't gotten to it yet.
No worries,
Sorry.
sir. No.
Hi.
How are you, man?
I'm good, how are you?
It's good. Maybe because I'm from.
I'm like, opening a burrito.
She was asking me on the, like, just one of the nights you real, I've been building. Yeah. Those houses, we're like 2 stories and we're like doing this, Like, no, this was minor. I need to.
Yeah, I mean, that's why, like, I'm not gonna rush the call or like anything.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Give me coffee at 8 o'clock, it feels like nothing. Yeah.
You're like, I gotta see. Yeah, me gusta.
Me pega más sueño. Yeah. I feel like this. You give me 15 hours.
Good afternoon. I will call the meeting to order. It is February 13. The time is 5:23. Welcome to our city council meeting. With me for the pledge of allegiance. Ready?
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, I will ask everyone to please stand. We're gonna do a moment of silence in memory of our fallen fire captain, Mark Eads. Thank you. Uh, I will ask our city clerks to please do roll call.
Here. Is the mic on? Make sure the mics are on.
Here. Comments?
Present.
Here, for the record, we have a quorum, 4 present, 1 absent. With that, would you also please read the statement?
Entitled to receive a total of 450K, not because of being elected to the city council. They receive no other compensation for serving as a member of the successor.
Thank you, and with that, we'll move over into item number 3, which is public comment, announcements, and unscheduled appearances. Would you also read that statement?
The public that is within the jurisdiction of the city council, except for a statement of any member of the city council agency or commenting or acting on matters not other than 3 minutes are allowed per person.
Thank you. So this time we'll open public comments, in public, in present, and online.
Online, we only seem to have staff present, so we'll give it a minute for Facebook.
No comment?
Testing. Scott, can you hear this?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, no comments.
So seeing no public comments, we'll close public comments period. And we'll move over to item number 4, which is consent calendar. And all items under the consent calendar are routine and for approval only and are enacted by one motion or action. And we do have 4A, 4B, 4C, 4D, and 4E. So at this time, I will ask council if there's a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented.
Question.
Okay,
I do have a question. In the job description for public work director. What kind of, the public work director that's going out, what kind of input did he have in his job description about you? Did he get asked? That's one way he got any input on this.
So the current public works director? No, based on the fact that I would look, when we staff looked at the current description, we looked at the fact that we were actually following the rules in it, saying that it would be someone that has a code enforcement certificate, someone that does building. So that hasn't been actual what's been the practice. So what we reviewed as staff kind of update what we see as the actual qualifications and needs of that position.
Wouldn't it be smart to actually have a roundtable with this person to find out anything that you might want to add to it or eat from it, or instead of just trying it up without his input, since he is the director and he's leaving? Maybe you could add something that he might not, notice. To me, that'd be common sense to me to find his input on this. Job description, don't you think?
I mean, that's noted and taken, but since it is under the city manager's oversight, it's also what the city manager may expect and need in that position as well.
He's not work director. He is. He's been there for 34 years. You would have maybe have some decency to actually ask him for these job descriptions and what he might want somebody to look like when somebody takes a job. Well, that just me. So for that, I would like to pull this and have him have an input on the job descriptions for me.
Vote on A through D.
I'd like to motion for A, B, C, and D. I've submitted my questions to our city manager. He answered them. I looked over the agenda and I see everything straight and narrow. And I am, so I motion for A, B, C, and D, and with the exception of E.
E. Is the one.
I know, with the exception of E. So I'm motioning A, B, C, and D.
My second.
There's a second.
You'll second it. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gomez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So we pass the consent calendar with the exception of item number E, which I believe we will discuss later. And I
Would you like that move to new business, old business?
Well, so next meeting, because we need to get the input to this guy. Been doing his job for 34 years,
Not the specific job for 34 years.
but he knows what he's doing. But, I mean, you have some input, it's gotta have some input in this job description.
When you I don't know, but when you get hired for a position,
It's been-
I mean, it would have been, I'm sure he gave his input and
he did-
did,
he's told us he-
Yeah, so what we did was clean up the job description.
okay.
That's
to
why
make
in
it
the,
more current. That's
Yeah.
what I read. And to me, that was
with no change in the
sufficient,
salary or
but if
anything.
you like to do a round table, that I accept that
He's gotta
too.
have some input, but he's-
Sure.
he's gotta,
Okay,
you know, he's he's gotta be somebody in charge that is competent to do his job.
okay,
Yes or no? You want somebody competent to do that job, so they want in that job description, don't you think?
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, let's please have order at the meeting. We just went to training and we addressed the consent calendar, and also I believe, I don't know why, you bring this item in the meeting. If you
'Cause I
were
can't.
instructed, no, but you've been instructed to call before, yesterday, the day before, and address these items.
And I'm addressing them right now.
Yeah. Okay, but we're also conducting a professional meeting, and this is not that time for discussion. I would like to have more order at the meeting. Thank you. With that, we'll go into, we'll place it on new business,
Okay, that works.
because we're dealing with consent calendar. And so we can deal with that one discussion under new business. Thank you. So with that, we'll go into item number 5, which is mayor and council member and successor agencies item for consideration. And we have none. We'll move over into item number 6, that is activity reports, special presentations, and committee reports. And the very first one is 6A, which is public works, code enforcement, animal control, and also activity reports by Scott Davids. I believe he's online.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Before you, you have our monthly report for January. Our code enforcement department continues to work on the property abatements and graffiti. Illegal vendors have not slowed down. Loopy has been working flex hours on weekends to address these problems. And he's also working on other projects as needed. Our parks and landscape continue to maintain Rice Park, landscape areas on Skyline, neighborhood, skate park, sports complex, and the Ken Brown Public Safety Center in Elliott Park. The new kids pocket park is progressing well. Staff did get poles installed for the shade and got the backflow preventer in for the landscape irrigation. We do need to extend the poles, but we're waiting on the rest of the work that's being done in there before we go back in and extend those up and get the shades. We continue to maintain our animal shelter. Had 19 spare neuter for the animals for the shelter and 7 for the public in January. Also had 33 dogs rescued and 6 redeemed, and I'd like to thank the citizens that did come in and get their dogs back. There's also an attached report for them. Staff continues to maintain our streets, signs, flags, and banners, patching Plymouth and city streets as needed. And we continue to work with our city engineer on new street projects. Our water distribution, we continue to maintain and repair our distribution system within the city. We did have a quiet month. We did have no main transmission line leaks, which we were blessed with the beginning of February. That changed. Staff continues on the wastewater collection, continues to report to the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and had 1 call for a sewer plug in January. That was another good month for that. And we continue to use our enzyme treatment for grease. We have hit some areas around the restaurants in town a little bit heavier with that, which seemed to have helped us. And we continue to maintain our city-owned properties, vehicle, and equipment. Continue monthly and quarterly reporting to the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District. And the roofing project for the Vets Hall and Ken Brown Safety Center are near completion. There's an area in the front of the Vets Hall that will be done when the weather is warmer, and that is the flat zone of the 2. One of them, I believe, is an exercise room, and then the other has been used for storage. That's a flat roof that has a similar material to what we're actually putting on the PD building right now. And in order to recoat that, they have to have warmer weather. So there was one other change order on the police department that we were still waiting on the proposal, the last I heard. So, but it's going well. Everything is 100% waterproof right now, and nothing blew off during this big storm. Are there any questions?
Any question for Scott Davis?
No.
I I have one, Scott, regarding the Woolly Pocket Park. I noticed yesterday that the fountain drinking water faucet is not working. I believe it was working before.
It hasn't worked for about a month and a half, Mayor. I need to get parts for it, and we had kind of put that off because we were going to change the style of drinking fountain. So we're still kind of waiting on that. It was working. I had a valve break in the system. And so in speaking with Tony, we wanted to change that style and also go with the bottle filler. So we're continuing to work on that.
Mhm. Yeah, that's probably a good idea because I did try it, and since that the push button is like solid metal, I mean, it's probably hard to operate, especially for children.
Yeah, and that with no water on it, those handles actually feel harder than they do with the water. The water pressure closes the valve, and then when you push the button, it opens the valve. So with no water pressure, it's bottomed out against the valve. Is that the water's completely turned off on it? The valve was leaking.
Mhm. Okay, well, thank you, and hopefully we'll have it back back and running, hopefully soon.
And definitely before the weather gets hot.
Mhm. Okay, well, thank you for that report, Scott.
Thank you.
Don't see any other questions. Thank you. With that, we'll go over into activity report number 2, and I believe we have under Public Works, we have the city engineer activity report, Javier Andrade, A&M Consulting. Welcome. And
Thank you.
thank you, Javier. Mhm.
We need to bring the signs from Skyline. Hang it up here.
So I just want to give you guys another update on the project, the progress of our projects, and at the end of it, I'll talk about the grants we're applied for and which.
You able to share your screen?
Sure.
On Zoom? Okay, no. I just turned it off. Oh, you're right. There we go. Thank you.
So just a quick overall project updates. I know Scott kind of touched on these already, but here's some dates to add on to that. So the rewrote is kind of held up obviously right off the rain, but we're mostly complete.
Sorry to interrupt. Can you make sure your mic is on?
Oh, yeah, some. Oh, screen. Okay.
Maybe just bring it a little closer.
Yeah, bring it a little.
Yeah.
Closer. You might have to have it maybe about an inch or two away from your mouth, it looks like.
Like really like this?
Yeah, just speak into it.
There we go.
Okay.
Now we're seeing activity.
Maybe I need to talk louder, that's sorry. So, good topic part, so yeah, Public Works has been, helping us out, with the, tolls on that, the shake so. And I'll have the slide on that, which I'll talk about next, we're working on the road project, I have a slide for that later.
TTH compliance, we are working with South Falcon and City Manager to, now they finalized the engineer's report and, we're looking at how much funding is gonna be available from the state so that we can either rebuild, or get a new treatment plant, water treatment plant, or do updates to our existing, to be in compliance with that, so I'm still in the works, we'll get more details as we find out. Community center building, construction, I'm happy to announce we're awarding it today. We've been working, together with city manager and staff to get that out to bid it, and now it's finally, bids are closed, and we'll talk about that later in the agenda. And then we're also working for we're working on the Veterans Hall, remodel. So Pigs Pocket Park, I can show some more of the pictures. So, public works helped us out a lot, they put up, like I said, the metal poles. Those shape cells were gonna cost us a lot of money. So we ended up just saying, okay, we'll just do it in-house, and luckily we have the capacity from them that they know how to do this kind of stuff, so just wanna show this. Go to the next slide. They are kind of putting it together, and then right here, the point of concrete. Concrete. Next slide. Very nice finished product. And right now, we got it finished graded. We're really prepping for concrete. We kind of delayed with the rain right now. Next slide. So PD roof, PD and Veterans Hall roof. Just want to show some pictures here too. We're mostly complete. I believe this was last week. So they're welding the edges and getting everything waterproofed out. That white membrane, that's a key. It's called a key PVC, essentially membrane. It's just that. Next one. So, our 2025 road rehab project. So this is I brought it up last time, but mostly I'd like to show because we are working on it, and it's a rehabilitation project. So it's citywide, just looking at all the streets and doing town hall, where we can prioritize things up. One is the worst condition, and also the most important, for example, around schools, etc. So go ahead, go to the next slide. So these are pictures from our first town hall. We're hoping to do a town hall hopefully soon. And once we have a date, we'll circulate that so everyone can attend. Next one. Okay, so the first one to come out this year has a deadline of March 11th, and that's the Outdoor Recreation Legacy Partnership. It's the Parks Grant. So that was new. We decided to apply for that one. I have a slide for that I'll talk about coming up, but the next one is tactical urbanism. We went ahead and submitted that. That was due this month. Water Smart, we're still waiting. In February, we're supposed to find out, so we'll see if we got that one. HSIP, we're still waiting. We're supposed to find out this month as well. And then the rest, I've already talked about, but those are the recently awarded grant from last year. Okay, last time. So this is something we kind of talked about was with the city manager and with staff in the past was in the past we looked at putting a park behind the new sports center, community sports center. So that park we applied it for Prop 68 in the past and we weren't successful. But now with the ORLP, I think it's going to be a good candidate for that essentially. So it's one of the things we can look at, and I kind of threw it up here to like kind of here's some suggestions, but you know, what the council thinks and what other things you should consider for that park, right? Because we do that fun.
Any question, comments? I believe there was already a blueprint or with all of this, right?
It's just a sketch, and not the full build out, but the ideas and what features and such, kind of what elements it would include, but not a full set of plans yet.
Yeah, because I remember during those community meetings, there was also like a small dog park area.
Mm,
And
It's
also
in there.
barbecue, the water the water
Mhm.
splash
Well, there's on
thing and all of that.
Yeah, I think this is the one.
Yeah, that includes that. That's why there's those pictures of dogs, the amphitheater, the pathway around it.
What is this down here? This picture.
This is the old and the new part.
Oh, gotcha, gotcha.
It might be a retention basin, I believe.
Yeah.
'Cause I think at one spot they did need to add that.
It's super preliminary.
It's gonna-
idea-based,
Yeah,
But it's the biggest part about it is the location behind where our community sports facility is gonna be at.
mhm.
That was the plan back then, and since we've already done a lot of legwork in the past for that past grant, it'd be really easy to, not easy, but it'll be easier to
To
start.
fill the need.
To fill that new there with the new grant application.
I believe the grant application at that time was what, $8 million?
8.5.
And now we more in order to get it
Yeah.
accomplished.
Yeah, it'll probably be more, that grant has a pretty high limit, I think 20 million. So, and obviously you don't wanna, ask for too much, because if you're a smaller population, they might say, no, that's too much. But, ideally would be to escalate the cost and find a new cost with the grant application. And do all the community outreach again, so we have till March 11th, so if we do decide to go after it, then it'll be a lot of, groundwork, that we need to do to get it there, which is fine.
All this groundwork that you have already been doing with the grants, is there any hesitation from the federal government or any holds?
There was a hold on the federal grants and then it got removed the next day.
Mhm.
That was the only time that it actually affected us. Usually for infrastructure, they're not as, that's what I was just talking to Chief about, that, it's less likely, you never know what's gonna happen, but it's less likely to get cut. But I just try to keep going forward and then
Right.
hoping for the best, for the community essentially.
Thank you.
I got a question on like on this one for the streets. Would it be something similar to the one they did in Huron?
Yeah. Actually, I haven't seen that one. So, like a micro type deal with a
No. Like they redid the whole main street. But they did bike lanes, I believe, on both sides.
Oh, yeah.
But you would have, in some places, you would need to park your car basically almost in the middle of the road.
Oh.
That looks really bad.
There's, it was probably that was probably different. This is using our road funds. They usually when people put bike lanes in like that and it's usually because there's a grant out there that's offering funds for bike lanes. So you kind of have to match your project to what they're funding, just to get the money and sometimes you'll be able to upgrade like the sidewalk or have a better access for pedestrians too. But for there right now, we're not doing that.
Oh,
Yeah.
Me and Anthony were talking about what they're doing. That's actually State Highway 269. Yeah, so that's all been done by Caltrans. But yeah, they're.
Just like our skyline.
So it's probably like a pedestrian or bicycle,
Unification program.
Up to this street is a lot wider.
Mm.
The main street on that.
Yeah.
bike lanes are good, because you get like more, if you see it, sometimes you have kids on scooters or on bikes that bike to school and. If they're biking on the streets, it's very dangerous, because people think like, oh, that nobody really bikes, but some kids do. And right now, the way codes are, it's mostly illegal to ride on the sidewalk, so they end up on the street. So bike lanes are a good thing, but they're obviously well designed.
Yeah.
Just to keep in mind, maybe for future planning. I was talking with a chief close to elementary schools and middle schools. I see now with electric bikes and electric scooters and even just scooters, the kids or children going to school, sometimes they're flying through the sidewalk, and there's a lot of the majority of the other kids, they're walking. and parents and with small children. So I think we need to kind of find a way where those people with, or children with electric skateboards and bicycles, you know, have a safe way to go to school and get from school to home without invading, you know, a safe sidewalk of the other communities. So I think we gonna look closely, like Councilmember Reynosa mentioned, you know, we gotta look at how wide the street are, if there's room for a bike lane or a safe, you know, area for those scooters, because, and also gotta kind of look into safety, because some of them are just flying through the stop signs, not even noticing if there's a car coming or not. Some areas there, even though there's a four-way stop sign, but you know how some are only do rolling stops, and you know it can be unsafe for the ones on bicycles or scooters, or even for pedestrians walking through there. So just kind of keep that in mind.
Yeah, we can workshop it, especially if we do the next town hall. I can bring the different types of trails, because there's mostly, 4 different types of main trails, like you have like a class 1 trail, which is for bikes and pedestrians, and it's a trail, but it's, in order to accommodate both of them, the faster bike and the pedestrian, they have to be 10 feet wide. And so you got a big space between the two, and they're easier to maneuver. Most sidewalks are 4 to 5 feet wide right now, so. That class 1 allows for that, but right now our sidewalks don't allow for that, so that's why it feels unsafe. There's the class 2 bike lanes, which are just like a stripe on the ground. Class 3, which is just, it's just like, have you ever seen those roads that just say share the road, or they have a sign that says share the road, or they'll have a bike painted on the middle of the road? Yeah, so there, and, so there's different ones, and I'd like to, on the next one, I can compare, kind of like a list of those examples too, and see, you know, start planning which road we want to see, like a trail type, or which roads we want to see just a bike lane types.
Yeah, just looking for the safety, or the ones that are, you know, using the sidewalks, and also for the ones that are riding those electric scooters, you know, with traffic and everything else, see how we can make it more safely for them.
There's already a lot of examples too that I can pull, show you guys like in San Diego or different areas where it makes it safer. It's really come a long way.
Mhm. And going back to this project, so when is the awarding, do we have a time for it for this one,
Oh, for the, facility or for the grant?
for the ground?
For the park grant, so that LP is, due in March 11th. And, I believe that we're supposed to know, I gotta get back to you, but I think it's towards the winter. So it's gonna be like a 3 or 4 months. I forgot if it was, closer to winter, but for fall. But, we'll know this year if we got that grant. If we did, then next year we would be looking at starting all that with that part. It's competitive, but, I have enough time to put things together, community events, to beef up our application. So. Yeah, that's kind of the timeline, but our focus is gonna be the community center, because hopefully we can award that.
Be
tonight.
complete.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then this grant can come in after.
Okay. Any other questions,
No.
comments?
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Javier. That will go over into the next one, which is, I believe it's, IT department. Theory report by Humberto Bermudez, IT director.
I think we love you more. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. So now that we're back to our now that we're back to the regular schedule, it's been more of a So for internet services, city staff had the chance to meet with Cal.net in person over the draft proposal that was provided to us about a month ago. Sort of fleshing out some of the details to prepare for a potential final draft. They did provide some referrals of agencies in the Central Valley who actively use their services. So staff is setting time aside for them to be located for testimony. They're up in the Manteca area, so a little bit further north, Manteca, Modesto, Stockton area. So it's gonna be a good visit, and we'll kind of get a feel for what it is. We'll get a feel for their community, see how it is they like their service, and we'll continue we'll see if we want to continue with them from there. But so far, it's looking pretty good. They are promising speeds that are beneficial both to the city and for myself personally. So it's something that I'm actually pretty confident in seeing here in town. But until then, the contract that we had from Spectrum over for the police department, we're trying to have that amended to remove the portion requiring to remove the portion regarding the fiber installation. That's not a guarantee whether or not it would be installed, but should we decide to go with Cal.net, it's a cost that we're not necessarily looking to stomach effectively, especially for the speeds that they're willing to provide under their fiber service. So that's where we're at with the police department. For our phone system, a clerical error on city side prevented over the reporting process, but it's been rectified. But it has been delayed due to unforeseen events from our Verizon account representative. Until then, at least for the time being, the phones that were down over at the police department are currently active, as well as the fax system, which we had issues with when we stated the new printer copier service. I'd like to say no updates on the emails, but actually we were doing some testing earlier this week. The transition over from .us to .gov emails is a little rocky depending on how many services you have attached to your email, but it took me about 25 minutes to get everything converted over. I'm what you consider a power user. So for the rest of city staff, it just means about 10-15 minutes of downtime when we make that final transition. And I will be working with individual staff members. I'll be working with them individually to get their inboxes converted over. So that way they're not stuck on wondering why they're not able to access email and other services, the day of the transition. So we're gonna try to get ahead of it that way. For services, we're still continuing regular security maintenance and document reporting or documentation reporting. For minor tasks we handled throughout the month, the IT manager and the deputy city clerk were able to draft up policies and guidelines for the political media usage and signed city design languages. We present those were officially adopted at the last meeting. Staff are working to create an informational pamphlet for the new residents, visitors, and potential investors. Again, I want to thank our team manager for that. I know Naranjo for that. It's been looking great. It's about a 6-page pamphlet containing services, parks, just a little information about Avenal. For any new residents or for any returning residents, for someone who may be coming back after 10-15 years and isn't exactly up to date on the changes that have happened within town. MAVP is continuing to work on the signs at Elliott Park along the now that the Hydro Road sign portion is now functional. The final frame is on schedule for construction. Staff will continue to establish internal guidelines to work within the provided agreements for Kings County Behavioral Health and the Rio Sunset Unified School District for sign access, as they did provide funding for us. So they do require, whether they require their signage to be, or rather their advertisements to be on the signs at any given point, or whether we're looking to just give them full access to the signs. These are just internal guidelines that we as staff need to properly lay out before we just hand the keys over to these agencies. So we're working on that as well. So the printer installation was largely hassle-free outside of the fax issue, but that's been rectified. Or rather, that's been resolved. We staff had the chance to assist with the city county coordinating meeting and Loteria night. We finally had the chance to replace the 70 volt amplifier here in the council chambers. There are still some microphone issues that we're kind of working out right now. Councilmember Hernandez did have the chance to demo that during Loteria night. So it's a little weird, only one microphone can be used at a time, so it's something that I'm gonna have to play around with. I would like to have that up and running by the next meeting. Just as sort of as an accessibility feature for the audience in the back. Having a chance around to kind of just segment out each of these speaker zones, so that way. We have these here, the speakers here playing audio and the speakers in the back, maybe not so much, that way you're not, that way council isn't hearing their own voices over the microphones. It's a little, it's some toying around that we have to deal with, but we'd like to have that up at the next meeting. Website, the website redesign has, our timeline has been established and the official launch date is slated for the end of July. Along with that, we will be doing the full domain change from the city of Avenal to city of Avenal. All of the copy will be converted to that as well. And so and on that note, there are only 3 deliverables that the city needs to provide. We have completed the first one as 2 weeks ago. So we're on track for having the site officially the intent of accessibility being the main focus of the city website. That we are taking inspiration from City of Kingsburg's website, who also runs off of Civic Engage, our current website provider. So if you want to take a look at their website, it's more or less what we're looking for. The layout is more or less what we're looking for on that end. It's very accessible, but of course, it'd be, branded more towards the city of Avenal. So we're very much looking forward to that. Our website is our design is very much dated. It's very much designed in the 2013 to 2015 era. So it's about 10, 12 years old now. So we're due for a refresh. Staff continues to work with Crossroads Software for debugging. Staff is now operating under the live CHP environment. We were having some issues regarding the security update. Some of our workstations were not properly updated. Fortunately, we had that issue resolved earlier today, and we are now able to put in our reports as normal. And of course, we are continuing to maintain the city website and provide tech support across all facilities. Do we have any questions?
Any questions for Humberto?
Yes.
I noticed that they put the other side of the wall. You can tell, yeah, it's a big sign, but it's open, the backs are open to the environment. Anybody can go up there and just. To me, is there gonna be anything put
Yes.
on those things and the wires are still kind of hanging at the bottom?
No, that's all gonna be.
Okay.
That's what I said. The final frame is on scale. Yeah, it's all gonna be sort of enclosed, and I think the city manager and I kind of agreed on the entire triangles in place.
Yeah, I spoke to Public Works on that earlier today to kind of talk it over with the gentleman with Silverio about it to see what we would need to do to either enclose it and keep any debris from falling in the middle, especially after the wind tearing down one of those panels. So we have to go back. Well, they'll have to go back and see if anything got damaged and how to secure it some more.
So again, it's functional, but it's not ready.
Yeah, it's not final.
Any other questions?
No. Thank you.
Thank you, Humberto.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we'll go over into item 6.3, that is Recreation Department Activity Report by Sheila Verdugo, Community Activities Supervisor.
Diane, Judy, and Lori and with very low attendance, but I don't know if that's advertising, whatever, but something that we need to definitely work on. Upcoming events, it's gonna be the Amazing Cake Challenge, which is gonna be March 12th at 3 to 5 at the Bill Williams Park. We're working on sending out invites to vendors and looking for sponsorship. I did go by the fire department and they said they would be doing the hogs this year, so that's interesting. Easter, April 12th, 11 to 2 at Rice Park. The sponsorship letter has since been approved, so now we can start sending that out and seeking some sponsorship for that as well. Staff will also be working with the high school volunteers to cover the event. We will also seek church buy-in to help the with additional activities. PCL's tax services, I just received a text from Anna, so this has changed. It's gonna be Tuesday and Saturday, but she has a text back with the actual start date. So Anthony might know, but I don't.
I have not gotten that list either.
Consulate, she's still waiting on a confirmation. She's been talking to a gentleman named Christian. To see if Avenal is even gonna be able to get on the calendar for the consulate. It's looked hopeful, but we still haven't received that confirmation. Right now, we're just looking at facilities, looking at the different things that need to be maintained and fixed around our buildings right now. And that is about it right now. Any questions?
Any questions? Or, Sheila, Recreation Department?
No.
I do want to give you an update on the Mexican consulate. We had a meeting, 2 days ago in Selma. And it was yesterday.
This week is a blur.
So I was introduced to the council, and I was able to get a meeting in Fresno, Friday, the 28th at 3 p.m. So we'll be talking about the services here in Avenal. I can explain a little bit how we would like to have one day for the Avenal residents instead of, because I did mention that within an hour when they open the appointments, they kind get full like within an hour. So and that includes people from Mendota, I mean, the whole area in the Central Valley.
How to service our community before they service outside of our community. Since it's here and we're doing that for our community, then how do we remedy that problem in having other people from outside coming in? And they're taking appointments from outside, and I don't know if that's a good thing, I don't know.
Yeah, that's a system that they have implemented, like when they do it in Colinga, it is also open to any resident within the serving area. Same thing when it's in Huron or Carmen City or Limor or something. Yeah, it's just across. But in the last 3 years, we're able to do actually meeting and talking with the council to out of the 5 days, get 1 day specifically for the residents of Avenal. And that wasn't even enough. There were still people waiting to get the service. So that's why we're meeting to see if we can bring it back, because I believe every 2 years they change a new council. Yeah. So you have to meet with them and kind of work with them to see if we can make it happen. So that's what I'm intend to probably meet and confirm, and hopefully we'll do it again like 1 day for Avenal residents only, but we'll see how that.
But Anna's doing something different, so you're trying to do something just solely for Avenal, so do we need to go ahead and still have Anna have that conversation with Christian? Because I don't need two conversations.
No, my meeting is with the council, and she'll probably instruct Christian or whoever, it's how we can. Because usually it's a whole week. They will come at least 3 or 4 days, not only 1 day. And that's where we can intervene, and maybe one of the 4 days we can have a day just for Avenal residents.
But they used to, but I know the new head consul, she's been there now 2 years, Nuria. And she hasn't been very receptive to that idea. And part of it, I think, is their system of how they do appointments that's just open to everyone. They'd have to specify a date and do their own appointments to locals. That's how previous consul David Preciado was able to accommodate us a few times.
Yeah. So we'll continue that. So that's a good update. The other one about the Loteria, you said it was low attendance, very low. Yeah, I noticed that a lot of people were sick too, even from Rotary. We have a lot of Rotary members that were sick. But also, I have had a conversation with one of the business owners, one of the employees. They mentioned sometimes they're not aware of the events that the theater or the city is offering. So we.
We usually do flyers and sit in the businesses, but we put a flyer in and like the same day we take it down. So how are we gonna engage the businesses to keep flyers up, or how do we stop community from tearing it down?
Yeah.
And as far as that, I mean, I think the digital sign is gonna be hopefully like
Mhm.
something that's gonna be a really, really good asset for us.
Because- Yeah, because I believe it was well organized and the price was really good, $10 for the loteria, $20 including the movie and tri-tip sandwich, right? So that's a, you know,
Yeah, I don't think it's price at all. I just think that, like you said, it's definitely reaching the community. It's definitely getting better at figuring out. I don't know much about social media. I share everything, right? I don't know a lot about it, but it's there. Right? It's on social media. And we have our own page even, right? So why this is so difficult, I don't know. I know they're doing I think a survey now, so hopefully people will just engage in it and try to give us more feedback. We've done them before and we get feedback and you do the same way the community is asking you to do it, and it still doesn't change the outcome, right? So what are we going to do? I think that would be maybe a study session or something that we all sit down and try to figure it out together. Right?
and form a committee and, you know, kind of.
These surveys, how do you, reach your,
I'm not sure how it's gonna work, but I know we have something that's gonna go out soon.
Yeah.
So I don't know how it's gonna
With
work.
the-
but we've done them like when we would do them, we would do it on our community activities page, and then we would actually do them during like events. We would just set up a table and we would ask people to come over and they would sign up for like, if they wanted mails, like the stuff mailed to them or whatever,
Mhm.
right? So we would do those kind of things years back, right? But I don't know, surveys have evolved for sure. There's so many cool ways on social media that Survey Monkey, they have all kinds of resources, right? Where it's just easy, it's
Right.
so much easier. They're
You can even,
trying to get people to stand for 5 minutes or whatever to take your survey, and then, you know, people, we have a lot of county organizations that come and they want like a little gift for their survey, and we just don't have the means to pay you to take the survey, right? We just want we want your input, and we want you to see the value in what your input can do, right? And so it's not about like, I'm gonna give you a gift card for this, it's about, hey, this is your community, buy into it, right? And help us help you. And
Mhm.
so how that's gonna look, I don't know what the future is gonna look like. You know, but, we definitely, you know, we're not working. Right.
okay.
To me personally, it's disappointing that people complain that there's nothing to do in Avenal, and when, you know, the city is trying to make these events and people don't participate, they don't come, but they're still complaining there's nothing to do, you know, that's really.
You have, you know, Pop Warner, you have cheer, you have services, and you have people and organizations outside of the city, and they too still have the same problems. And you're like, if we're all doing it differently, right? And nothing's sticking, if what's happening with our city, where is the disconnect with our city and everybody, you know, as a whole, not just our city, right? It's definitely not just our city. So like I said, just one of those things that there needs to be around people, and it's not just our city staff, but it's like school and these other organizations that are also having these issues and these problems. How do we engage? We've talked about community calendars before, you know, where everybody sends in to the one, and I know when we did the community activities, that's the goal. That was the goal, was there's one spot that everybody posts on, and then.
Yeah, I like that. I remember that.
Church, the city's doing that, and Warner's doing this, and it just,
Are we still doing that? Cause I remember that.
Yeah, no, well, right now. it's a
And that was
second
very
year.
beneficial to me. Yes, definitely.
It's different. What we had set up wasn't working the way I guess it was supposed to, so we're gonna kind of finish it. To do still the community activities, but
Mhm.
there, I think. Anyway, I think.
Yeah, it was the difference between a page and a group. I think you were trying to create a group so other people could post. Cause you were mentioning you wanted,
Still, I mean, it'll work out, but it never still, I mean, people posted on it, but it never reached what we wanted, it, like, the goal, which was everybody would sit in like their calendar events, right?
Mhm.
And then people can go into one place
Right.
and say, oh, well, this
Yeah.
weekend, look at all the things that are happening, because every weekend there's something happening. The churches are doing things like every weekend.
Mhm.
And so when you have all this activity and then people say, well, there's nothing. Well, there's nothing because you're not looking for it, right? There's nothing because you're not engaging with what is happening. And so,
Well, I like to have that come back.
yeah.
So if we can get that back, I think it'll be
Community con-
community involvement.
Hmm.
I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I've seen, and I think they also stopped doing that for the food distribution. They had a sheet and
Yeah.
showed all the food distributions for the community to go and get involved. Cause, I get people saying, well, I wasn't aware of this food distribution, you know. So, and for activities, I think that would be beneficial. And I look forward to things like that. And as far as the loteria, I saw it the day before
Yeah.
on Facebook. So I don't know how long it was out there for. Mm. Yeah, I saw it the day before, so, and I'm on Facebook, so,
Yeah, well, let's not give up on our community. Let's
Yeah.
continue making those events and hopefully participation will increase. And now with those digital signs, you know,
the first step.
advertising, they're gonna make a big difference so people are aware of the events through the whole city.
mhm.
Mhm. Thank you, Sheila.
Thank you.
With that, we'll go into item 6B, and that is a special presentation. And the first one is by West Connections quarterly report by George Anderson, our site manager.
Mayor, Council, thanks for having me tonight.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Mhm.
in a minute.
Mhm.
The thing I do have is a pretty hectic schedule. With that being said, giving a Q4 2024 report late Q1, we kind of miss out on the opportunity to talk about the holidays. So I'm gonna bring you guys back here for a moment. The Christmas trees and presents. We were able to do our go to bike getaway in December for the kids, thanks to Mr. and Mrs. Rudy, always giving us a list of people in need. We did our Christmas tree giveaway, did 35 Christmas trees, we went by the list, and some people that we knew. So that's become really popular, so we'll try to make sure to give kudos to King County Forest in Armona that donates the trees to us, Mr. Verdugo, I think, years before when we were able to do that. A lot of donations around the holidays for a lot of the events that he puts on. I failed to get my list because my internet failed because we had like, what, 450-mile-an-hour winds today.
Yeah.
Along with a monsoon and then an earthquake.
Oh, wow.
The earthquake
Yeah.
hit and knocked every one of our station trophies off the wall, so. Challenges back up and put them up, but it hit pretty hard, so that little office up there. Anyway, I'm here to give you guys the Q4 financial report for the Avenal Regional Mechanism. In Q4, we did
brought in across the inbound scale 143,120 tons. Of that, we were able to rescue and send out 183 tons of full tires that are either hidden in loads that come in, or we don't catch them on our inbound load checks. But we were able to capture those and get those out and recycled. We also did 6.7 tons of just like this, which are the washer dryers. We separated that last year from out of the regular metal that we get out of the regular loads that come in. So out of the regular metal that we rescued out of the trash loads was 114.2 tons. We're able to recycle for the community and bring in 202 mattresses in Q4. I think we did a total of 600. What did you guys last night? I think it was 664 mattresses for penny pencil, which and we got it. We have to make sure the community understands that we have the buy mattress program that is free for the community as long as it's a recyclable item. Because we still will pick them up in the outskirts of town, so rather than dumping them out there to bring them in landfill. We were also able to divert ABC, which is alternative daily cover, in the total of 10,151 tons. So a total of 129,172 tons prepared. The recycling that we're doing is it's through we're trying to keep local people busy. So we've had people come in that can salvage some of the metal and take the washers and dryers, refrigerators, freezers. So we've allowed people to come in and use parts of those. First time we did it in Q4, and just seemed like a good service. We are also want to make an announcement to the community that we are looking to hire. And I really want to impact in our community. We're looking to hire 2 operators. We want to hire an operations supervisor as a landfill, and we're looking to hire a part-time skeleton. 3 office staff right now, the women scales and an office manager who's doing marvelous stuff with all of our intake and people. A whole lot of stuff that I used to do that I don't have to do anymore, so I really appreciate her. I think you guys met her last night. So we're looking to upgrade, and a second operations supervisor is a necessity. It's been a necessity for a couple of years. I've been back and forth for a while, so I'm glad that we're making that move. So we can post that on our Waste Connections website that has a alternative Avenal section where you can click on it in an application, and the place for your resume comes up, and then it goes directly to corporate and then directly to me. So we want to we'll put something in City Hall, a flyer or something, letting people know how to apply. But personally, I really want to keep it in town and give the opportunity to our local. I mean, that, take any questions that you got.
What are the qualifications or requirements for?
So we're more than willing and able to train the right person. Would be like a high school diploma, a driver's license, a clean driver's license. A couple of people that look so good. Any driving record, high school education. And like I said, for the operation supervisor position, we really are looking for somebody who might have some waste background. and be able to come in and understand what we're talking about, at least when we're talking about waste, landfill. So we're seeking that. It's not necessarily required, like I said, more than willing and able to train the right person. It's just, I think I've hired everybody there except for four who have been there for 17, 18 years. I didn't meet, but, it's always gone like that. I've hired local people and I felt this. So we have a great staff there now and we just look at it's more challenging.
The other question I have regarding, and I think this is a good opportunity to inform the public about I guess there were some concerns about trucks parking overnight outside the facility and also causing kind of traffic jam on State Highway 269. Just kind of to be clear, there were no accidents. I know there were real muddy, a lot of mud on the pavement, but I believe it was taken care the next day, and just kind of give an update on that.
Yeah, absolutely. So just to go back a little bit before that, I think everybody's aware on January 1st of 2025, Southern California landfill closed down. So after that, we had a lot of callers from that area that were calling and seeking a place to put their municipal solid waste. So we were well within our permit regulations to be able to accept some of that to help us and to help the community. So we did that. We were taught a little bit of a lesson because we looked into it. We did all the right stuff, but we thought we did. I know the first day we got a lot of calls that CHP's out there. So I called the Department of Transportation and made sure that CHP was there. Have some pretty good connections. So we had two DOT officers that showed up just so that there was a presence, so the truck drivers understood that we were serious about the rules we were doing. So we found out that we can have trucks waiting in the town lane, but if they impede traffic, that's against the law. So when that happened, I believe that two of the drivers were threatened with citations. I don't think anybody received a citation. But after that first day, traffic wasn't impeded and they started understanding that we were serious about the rules. So even now with the mud that tracked out, definitely weather related. We saying publicly, I'm not supposed to go out on 269 and clean anything because it's encroachment permits through Caltrans because it is State Highway 269. With that being said, I'll take the slap on the hand. We get my sweeper and make sure that we get mud off of the main thoroughfare because I don't want anybody sliding in that. So, with that being said, we have talked to Caltrans and we have an agreement, somewhat of an agreement. I still have to meet with them personally, but we have talked and they are going to begin actually next week. Weather being decent, they're going to come out for us. I think it went to Tuesday or Wednesday now. I didn't realize it was a holiday, but they're going to come out and do a cleanup from all of Skyline all the way to I-5. So, we've always had a problem with uncharged vehicles. Our fees are fines for that are substantial. So uncharged vehicles are a big no-no. Unfortunately, it still happens. And with that encroachment that we can't go on 269, it really, it doesn't give us an opportunity to actually go out and clean. And we have to contact Caltrans. We have to get that encroachment permit. We have to have them stop traffic. Then we can get water trucks. We've done it a few times in the past. It's been really hard to, Caltrans has been wonderful in the past, so don't get me wrong. I know they're busy as well, but they have a new supervisor at Kettleman. Name escapes me. I just spoke to him 3 or 4 times on the phone, but he is more than willing to come and sit down and say, hey, when we're approaching inclement weather, we'll get a plan together and we will stop traffic when it's safe to do so, and we'll do cleaning as much as we possibly can. And they want to commit to coming out and doing cleanups regularly on 269 to prevent a lot of those untied vehicles. Our high litter fences are doing a great job of containing litter when high winds come. Did a marvelous job today, actually. We had a whole lot of pickup again, so but it stayed within the parameters of the landfill. So with that being said, I'm long-winded, but I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, oh yeah,
Yes,
I just
thank you.
wanted to, so the community is aware of what you have done to prevent and stuff. I also noticed some signs on the windows of the scale house, so they're not allowed to park, the loads will be rejected.
Yeah, so I was blown away, and I know these drivers are some good people, and they gotta make a living, right? But I had no idea they were coming on parking in front of the gate. I think that lasted a couple of days, and I was like, listen, I know that you guys are trying to make a living, but you cannot do that. So we implemented a rule that anybody did 4 or 5 days, they're gonna turn around and leave the facility full, they're not gonna unload. So that pretty quickly made them change their mind. So the thing about that is enforcement. So unfortunately, there at 4:30 this morning, got off his vehicle and decided he was just gonna camp out there. We rejected his loan. He had to turn around and go all the way back to LA. I apologize for that to him, but the rules are the rules and we're gonna stand by. Also, that brings up, when he didn't ask, that brings up idling vehicles. So Waste Connections has a policy, it has had a policy for the 22 or 23 years that we've been honored to run the Avenal landfill of 5-minute idle policy or diesel vehicle. If they are outside and they're idling on the roadway, they have to have a clean idle sticker. We can't implement it outside of the gates of the landfill, we definitely implement it on the inside. So we're not allowed to idle past 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Summer or winter, they're gonna be firing their vehicle right back up and moving up 20, 30, 40 feet, whatever it is. And idle for 5 minutes and restriction enforce that. And, we have operations supervisors that check that, and make sure the little flaps on the exhaust or whatever are not going after a certain amount of time. So he's kind of like a, kind of like Luke, like Market Tire, So yeah, just some of the things that we're doing to make sure that that the extra tonnage that we're receiving is, that there's rules applied to it and that they're followed properly.
And also just final clarification for the record. Can you say what level a landfill is and what kind of material are able to receive and not?
Municipal solid waste, which basically, in essence, everything that comes to us has been through a material recovery facility, or for short. I don't know, kind of what you throw on 100%. But municipal solid waste, MSW, is what is accepted. We also do accept class 3 soils that have gone through analyticals and proven that they are at the thresholds below any hazardous material. That's class 3.
Any other questions?
Just
for
that being said, that way we could get it on the record too, also that I know I asked this question yesterday. And like I said yesterday, that a lot of community people are aware that there's extra trash coming in. But like I said yesterday, they think that's coming from the fires from down south. Just to let people know, and so we can have it on record that it's not that.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Contaminated.
Great question. So Los Angeles County, just so everybody knows, Los Angeles County, you have to have a permit from Los Angeles County to take any type of fire debris or hazardous material outside of the county lines. So Avenal Regional Landfill is not a part of that. They have a list of people that they use for that. And I do believe that they're hauling to those facilities now within Los Angeles County. They do have some outside of Los Angeles that they will ask. We are not part of that. So the only thing that we accept are for material recovery facilities, municipal solid waste. If it were fire debris, hazardous waste, anything like that, we're not even on that list to be asked. And most likely would not accept that. Anyway, because we want to save the state.
That was something that's kind of trash that would go to Ken Waste.
Yeah, class one, so Kim Waste is a class one, class two. They have two sides.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you, George.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Thank you for your presentation report.
Tomorrow, the flyer to put up in City Hall, and I just want to remind everybody to let everybody know we're hiring.
Two positions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe a PG&E report has been postponed.
Yeah, but that's the last one. We still have a Mid Valley.
Now we move to Mid Valley Disposal Program overview, and I believe we have Thomas.
Yep.
Present. Welcome.
Well, thank you for having me, Mayor, Council, staff. We'd like to get out in front of City Council at least once a year, kind of give you an update about what's been going on in our recycling department, and a little bit of an operation report, and then I will end it with our Recycler of the Year award. So I'll just start off. If you guys don't have a copy of the presentation, I brought one. If you do,
It was included in
okay,
the.
good, perfect. Behind you guys as well, if you want to take a gander at it, but you go to the next slide. We're gonna talk about some site assessments, some recycling audits, education that we provided the community, an event that we attended, a small power cycle update, and then your year total or year to date tonnage report. So we'll just jump right into it. Next slide. So site assessments are where my recycling coordinator and the staff in the recycling department go to commercial businesses or public complexes, residential homes. They're checking to make sure that they have proper implementation, that they're following the compliance, giving them education if they need it, checking to see if there's any little dumping or any bulky items that we may find. So this year, the recycling department did 65 commercial businesses in the city of Avenal, 20 multifamilies, which is apartment complexes, and then 190 residential homes. That's where we're actually physically going out to the can, tipping the lid, checking for contaminants, and then educating those residents and or business owners about what we find. We may not have 20 multifamily apartment complexes in Avenal, but we visit some of them multiple times just to make sure that the education is getting to the right people. Next slide. Here we have recycling audits. This is where a driver, when tipping a can or a bin, will notice contamination. He will write a contamination notice. That notice comes to my department. My department then either mails out information, educational information, or we contact the business owner via phone. And sometimes we make site assessments if it's a multiple offense issue. But this year, or not this year, 24, we have 229 residential CMAT tags, 11 commercial CMAT tags for a total of 240, which is a pretty good number. I'll be honest with you, but we've got to think that we're picking up trash week in and week out for 52 weeks, and to only have 240 CMAT tags, it's pretty good. You guys just, got the green waste cans in, so we're transferring over to educating the residents about 1383. So good number. I'm excited about that. My department's going to continue to work and educating the public about what needs to happen. So we hope to see a reduction in those by the end of 2025. Next slide. So the type of education that we do provide is goes out in the build. We work with Anthony and Maria and the city to make sure that these things get out every single year. So the one that you see on the far left that says SB 1383 information guide, that is a compliance requirement from the state. It's to educate the entire public about 1383. The one in the middle is a recycling guide. That's what we mail out to either residential customers or business owners when we find a violation of contamination. An instructional service guide is something that we leave at City Hall, and I think we also may have mailed it out last year. Just giving the public an idea of where to put their cans, what to look for. It gives you an idea of what holidays are coming up. As you can see, there's a recycling guide on every piece of education. We feel it's important, again, to be constantly educating the public about what needs to go where. 1383 took everybody by surprise, and education is, I believe, the most vital aspect of compliance. So you'll see a recurring theme there with our education. Next slide. We were at Operation Gobble Gobble this year. Great event. I've been with the company 3 years. I've been there all 3 years. I enjoyed it. I think it's a great event. Great turnout. We love being there. We love sponsoring it. I just can't speak of a better event that I attended in a community than this one right here. Just to see the amount of hands on deck, ready to go, and the amount of people that come and take advantage. I mean, it's just a really great event. So we just wanted to highlight that we were there again this year, helping out and just kind of going out of our way we can.
I was not in the picture.
He's thinking if they have a selfie arm.
Yeah, I know. I'm the one taking the picture. I'm rarely the face of, but I was there. We had a good time. Couple more slides. So Cal Recycle update where we're at in 25 is basically, full enforcement is going on right now. I've been working with Anthony very closely to identify certain accounts that may not be compliant. We're working on getting those compliant right now. We are doing your route reviews for you. We do a lot of this for you guys. So staff does a great job keeping me in the loop of what they have going on, and I try to do a good job of keeping them in the loop about new regulations, new requirements, things that are coming down the pipe for Cal Recycle. So I will probably have a Cal Recycle call coming up the next few weeks.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Right with John. So we'll kind of get an idea from Cal Recycle what they see, and just kind of give them an update and kind of go from there. But you guys are doing well right now. So you guys are in good shape. Last but not least, my operations guys wanted to be here, but they had another meeting to attend. So I'm gonna go over the year-to-date tonnage report with you guys. Commercially, you had around 1,720 tons. Recycle about 270 and organics about 90. Total diversion 17%. That basically means that 17% of that material did not go to the landfill. It was diverted either to our MRF facility or our organics facility in Kerman. The residential numbers always tend to be a little higher. So we're looking at about 2,100 tons of refuse, 400 tons of recycling roughly, and about 730 tons of organic waste. With a total diversion of 35%. It's a good number. The state would like it to be at 75 by the end of 2025. So I would tell you that out of all the jurisdictions that I take care of, which is 16 right now, it's at 75. It's a really hard target to hit. But with the education that we're doing, we're hoping to keep in good faith effort, keep bumping that number year in, year out. That way Cal Recycle can see the effort being made on part of the jurisdiction. So not bad, not where they would want it to be, but still not bad. Lastly, but not least, I'll take questions after this. Every year we like to honor a business within your town that's done a great job with recycling, whether it's organics or cardboard can or even their trash. I rely heavily on my recycle coordinators to go out every year and assess these businesses. This year, we felt that this particular business did a really great job with the implementation of the green waste can. It is a food business and they've just been really on top of making sure that their back house SOPs are in place, that they're not contaminating, that they're ordering a minimal amount of food. So there isn't a lot of waste going into the stream. I think 1383 is really designed on diverting food away from the landfill and getting it into the hands of people that can really utilize it when it's still fresh. So with that being said, last year's Recycle of the Year award is PR's Donut Shop. Unfortunately, they could not be here tonight. They're probably closed by now. I just wanted to bring the award just to kind of show you guys what it looks like. I will be getting with them tomorrow, taking a picture. I'll send it over to the city. If you guys would like to share it on the social media page, we welcome that.
Very nice.
Yeah. No, it's okay. No. So with that being said, yeah, we just want to honor them on public record, let them know that, they've been doing a great job, and I'll reiterate that when I see them tomorrow. But with that, I'm here to take any kind of questions. If it's operational, I'll do the best I can. But yeah, go ahead, guys.
Any questions? I do have one or two. So the question is about the apartments, how they're doing with the 1383 downstairs is up and running, that operation has now been working.
I can tell you that multifamily dwellings or apartment complexes are the hardest to combat when it comes to contamination. Mainly because you have multiple people within the complex throwing things away, so you can never really nail down who the culprit may be. With that being said, we do educate, we can get flyers out, we can get posters out. When there's a property manager, it tends to be easier because they can kind of, talk to the residents a little bit more closely than we can when there is no property manager on site. We work with the city on those instances, and if they have contact information, we'll give it them. If we have contact information, we try to find the owner of the complex at the end of the day, because they're the ones gonna be responsible for either the fines or the contamination. But I would tell you that apartment complexes, not just here, but everywhere that I take care of, are the hardest to combat. But we are rolling out services, and we have identified business. I'm not sure there's any multifamily dwellings on that do not have the green light services yet, but I'm working with city staff. They've been really great about contacting these businesses, letting them know the requirements and getting them to comply. So, tough, but not unattainable, but we're gonna keep working our tail out to make sure that they are doing the best that they can to be.
Yeah, and that's what I asked, because I know it's very complex for them to comply because, and they do provide a lot of food waste that actually can be recycled with the green waste. So, I mean, that's why I think we need to get them on board. And also it can create, bad smell through those complexes if they don't take care of the food waste properly. With, we also were discussing at one time washing or changing the dumpster every so often. They have to.
Yeah, I believe you guys have the contract, but once a year, you are able to swap out the can. We call it cleaning, but what we basically do is we come pick up the bin, drop the new bin off, and then we clean it back up to shop, and that sits in our inventory until it's to go out again. But you do have that in your contract.
It has come up.
Right, yeah, and all they have to do is call our CSR line, ask that they wanna have their yearly swap, and we have no problem doing that.
And that's for residential, okay?
How's that?
For the whole residential and everything?
Just commercial.
I believe
Just commercial?
Right, yeah.
The second question was regarding the meeting the requirement. What are the penalties or fine if you don't meet the requirements? 75% reduction on food waste.
Thing that they're gonna worry about. What they're gonna worry about more in these next 4 or 5 years when the city does get audited, because it inevitably will, is compliance. Does everybody in town have what they need to properly separate their stream? 2, is the education going out properly that needs to be done? At the very minimum, what the regulation is required, which I would say we go above and beyond that. And then third, it's really about just ensuring that the businesses that can donate food are donating food, right? It's one thing to have the stream there, but if you can get with a food recovery organization, FRO is what we call them, then you're going even an extra step. There are requirements for tier 1 and tier 2 generators, which it's a laundry list of how you qualify for those. Those people are required to donate first and foremost, right? And we're working with the city, and we have a food recovery specialist named Maria Ayala who identifies those, also goes out and educates, and then assists the city with inspections when those things happen to arise. Besides all of that, I think the very last thing that they're looking for is record keeping requirements, right? To make sure that the city has everything that they need to have, so when the audit happens, it's pretty seamless, right? I've been talking to a few power cycle reps. I deal with 3 different power cycle reps because I take care of jurisdictions in Phoenix, Fresno, and Tulare. So from what I've been told, the JACE, which is the enforcement branch of power cycle, has let up a tremendous amount because there have been no jurisdictions that are 100% compliant with everything that needs to be compliant with. So they are having a huge hurdle with getting these cities fully compliant the way that they anticipated them being compliant. So I would say that in the next 4 to 5 years, the enforcement branch of power cycle is really looking at the city to make sure that they're doing what the regulation is requiring. And by just doing that, you're hoping that you reach 75%. But if you don't, they're still understanding that as long as you're doing X, Y, and Z, which is required of the regulation, then theoretically, we should be getting close to that 75%. But even if we're not, you guys are still doing what is required. So I don't think there would be any fine enforced or any enforcement penalty to the jurisdiction because of that.
Okay, well, thank you.
Any other questions?
Any other questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you very
you.
much.
And I'll see you
Thomas,
guys.
Take care.
always doing a great job. So yeah, item 6B3, Nathan Alonso for PG&E did ask to be moved to the next meeting as he had a prior commitment come up last minute.
So that will be the end of the presentation. So item number 7 is public hearings, and we have none. Item number 8, it is all business, and that's the SRO agreement. Would you like to take that?
Absolutely. This one will be short. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council members. So not too much to report on my end. I know council asked that this still remain on the agenda, just to at least discuss it, but nothing has been done regarding the SRO agreement. As noted at the last meeting, the agreement that was approved by the school board was one that has an expiration by the end of this fiscal year. So I don't believe council found much use in approving that agreement. We have not had too much communication on that front. We do still have our Officer Hardy at the middle school. I know council's mentioned potentially having a joint board meeting with them. So hopefully if that could happen, then maybe we could get some clarification on how to move forward. I will say definitely looking to continue the partnership with the school district, as we do know that the Fresno Area Hispanic Foundation would like to do an event, a Confia event on March 26th. And we'd likely need a gymnasium to be able to have something like that.
Okay.
I did speak to the superintendent briefly last night and he was open to it. He said to work with the Family Engagement Center to start getting that set up.
The last time we had it at the middle school, huh? Was it the middle school?
It was the middle school. I believe because at the time they were repairing or replacing the floor at the high school. So middle school is viable, if not maybe the high school.
Okay. Then that being said, we'll go into item number 9, and that is new business, and 9A, that is to consider awarding of a 22 CDBG NH00050 Community Sports and Recreation Center Project Award to Yanez Construction and Kings County Air Conditioning. This will be resolution 2025-27, I believe,
16 probably.
16.
Unless we go back to the job description on the Public Works Director.
We can switch
Doesn't
them over,
matter.
because that's the next one. Okay. So I believe Javier will take this one, who will take this one? Javier.
So, this is, what we were talking about earlier, so for our community center, we went out to bid, we had a lot of interest at the, bid walk, we had, maybe more than 10 people there. And then, but by the time it came to bid opening, we actually only had 3 bidders. So, which is fine, at least we got the 3. So the bid, for the community center was split up into 6 schedules to kind of see if we can get different subcontractors to outbid each other for those different sections. And so we kind of, it kind of works. So the, we got two lowest bidders, with all those schedules. So between schedule 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6, which is the majority of the construction. The lowest bidder was Yanez Construction. And for schedule 4, which is only heating and cooling, the lowest bidder was Kings County Air, which was cheaper than Yanez Construction. And they both were vetted. They all had the proper documentation. So tonight, I mean, recommendation is City Council adopt resolution 2517 to award contract to Yanez Construction, schedule 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6, and Kings County Air Conditioning for schedule 4, the community relations sports building project, and authorize city manager to execute the agreement. The total fiscal impact will be $5,053,018, and 5% additional for contingency. And which is, we're happy to announce that this is under the 5.5 million that we have for in terms of grants. So we're pretty significantly under. We have a nice little buffer for any changes that happens in the field, which is really good. So yeah, so our recommendation is to award the contract.
Questions?
Yeah.
Let me just add one real quick thing regarding the funding. We do hope, and we are working on actively to see if there may be more funding available through CDBG from the program income that becomes available. So since council did approve having self-help enterprises manage a portfolio of home loans, we asked them to kind of focus on looking at the CDBG grants and loans to see if we can get additional funds that would help at least have more of a buffer, and if there's any contingency or any other additions that are needed, we'd have some. So that was the account we had 2-3 years ago, was 200,000, and we think there's got to be more because a lot of people have been paying off their homes. So I just wanted to add that real quick.
Real quick, besides the work that is gonna be done overall, what will be the total finished price? But there will still be a few amenities, right? Even though with this phase, this final phase will allow the city to open the community center, right? But there's still missing I guess.
The only thing that would actively be missing, some furniture and then the flooring, any specialized flooring. Right now, it'd just be concrete.
How about on the indoor soccer area? What is gonna be done there? At the
It would
moment,
just be
no?
concrete right now.
Just
That's what I mean by
concrete.
flooring and any specialized kind of material or kind of furniture, so to speak, furnishings.
Because at the beginning, I know this was, the plans to have an indoor soccer area at the end of on the I guess
Yeah, on
far
one side,
west, on the far west side, with second story for viewing area, right? When an elevator, in order, because when you're playing indoor soccer, it's they're hitting the soccer ball everywhere, bouncing back and forth. So it's not safe for anybody to be in attendance. So the plan in the past, I'm talking when they first did the plans for this community center, was to have even an elevator with a viewing area on top, the second floor, for the audience to see the games. So right now, that's gonna be the on hold.
Yeah, so part of all that, since it's been since day one trying to help, that was one of my first tasks was to find the synthetic grass. And I think even years ago, we were looking at $1 million for some sort of setup that way. At this point, the second floor will be dedicated to maintenance. That's going to have all the HVAC material out to retrofit through the rest of the building, since it wasn't in the original plans to have any HVAC. So to get all the vents and everything is going to go through the middle. So there's not going to be a viewing area. So that's scrapped. Having an elevator, which 5-6 years ago was 100,000 alone. So we'll have to configure and figure out how to best use both the open spaces. Then it may help once it is actually open. We'll get feedback from the community if they do want indoor soccer field with all the amenities. Since there's already a tight space, maybe that's not the best option or best idea now. So
Maybe
something we can still work on, but we'd have to kind of wait and see how it actually ends up and what the use that the community wants to give it.
maybe with the help of the engineer, can I look at the space and see how it can be modified, or it will be useful to have a indoor soccer area there.
You can also put glass.
Yeah, that's
Like,
plastic.
enclose it, plastic, yeah.
Yeah, that's the way they have it in the Lima one. They got stands on both sides, and then they just enclosed with yeah.
Probably just looking at the surface area and see what can be done, like something that can still be usable for that purpose, because I know that's very, very popular sport and will be very, very beneficial for our community, an indoor soccer field.
Once we see, make sure that towards the end of the project, when we see how much money we actually have left over, it's happened during construction. We can say, hey, you know what, this, for example, we could do like indoor, or just indoor soccer, like training area where you don't have both sides of it, but if they're just, it's just one side and they can train and play. Where it's not professional, but it's still usable. The options we can do once we get towards the end of it, and once we get the PI finalized.
Mhm,
We might have close to, 100,000, and that might be pretty substantial.
mhm,
Combined with the but
mhm.
yeah. In the meantime, I will see those type of different,
Yes, yeah, see how we can.
house construction, they're very. When you tell them, hey, I want to see what other uses I have, or what type of, affordable, synthetic grass are there, you know, give them the options and work with us. I see pretty good.
Yeah. Because like I mentioned, I know some of our community members used to travel to Fresno playing games, indoor soccer, Limor, and so I think that'll be something, it'll be a good addition to our community, have an area like that, tough plan. But just for transparency, we've been getting a lot of, questions about why it's taking so long. And I don't know if overall how much has been spent building that community center. Do we have any numbers?
Yeah, the first original amount of the grant was 1.2 million. I know Scott's online if you can recall, because I just helped build the shell out
Hmm.
and do some of the work, not all the work.
Yeah, it was between 1.2 and 1.3 to my recollection, Tony.
Yeah. And that part of what held up doing a full build out was that there was just not enough funding. I think it was 800,000 just to build out the shell.
Hmm.
Public Works has had to do a lot of the work, some of the groundwork too. Getting the sewer line, that was an afterthought.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, when we were given plans, we weren't given a complete set of plans, and then those plans kept changing. That's why it did take the better part of half of last year for Summers Engineering to kind of retool and fix a lot of that. That was one of Brian's last kind of big projects with the city,
Hmm.
was just fixing everything that was wrong with those plans.
Yeah, no, I just want so the community understand the process and how long it's been taking and why, and funding obviously been part of it, but hopefully it will open by December this year.
That's gonna be our priority project, so that's gonna be top of the list to get that done.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I have a couple of concerns. I took the time to go and find out about this company that's being hired. In my research, I didn't find any that shows them building something project. All I see was them either doing residential, housing, but no projects like this. So that concerns me, they've taken this kind of project on, because I didn't find nothing that they've done. Unless you.
Yeah, when we get kids, it was, vet them to make sure their license is active, make sure that they work on past projects like that. I have a list of projects that, they provided. And a lot of them are giant warehouse type things, giant, commercial buildings, lots of like hotel types. I mean, you name it, it's a bunch of different things. I think maybe their website doesn't do a good job showing that.
Maybe it doesn't, because I didn't find that. All I found was residential stuff.
Yeah.
So that was concern for me.
Share that.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember you brought it up from the get-go that you were pretty excited that they had bid.
I'm not saying that you're not doing your job. I'm just saying what I found.
Yeah.
That all I see was residential stuff on them. That's it.
If you'd like, I can show you some of the examples they have here.
Aaron, go ahead.
Sure. Let's take a look at it.
Yeah, it turned off on.
Have you worked before with them,
Yeah.
you know, the project communities?
Different types of projects, not in the building, because there's rare when you get to build a building, you know, in the city, but. The exterior projects, green projects with them, so other infrastructure type projects, really, really good. I was, I was impressed by them.
You're the first one?
But I think that,
Nice.
commercial buildings, other buildings.
Cause you've worked with them previously, right?
Yeah. Payroll, the waive on time, just pay attention to the card.
Must not. All I see was residential.
Yeah, it's hotel, I mean, those hotels are so much.
Yes, told. To live.
This would be more accurate to, yeah.
Yeah, still, there are lots of still buildings.
Plus, I mean, the building itself is already constructed now, it just.
Right.
Then another thing that I found, went through and looked at the amount of, there's not limits with that other one that's taking over the air conditioning part of it. I looked up the 20-ton, I might be wrong, to units here, a 20-ton unit. They're charging you $102,153 for one unit. I looked up those units and I don't know where they're getting these units from. But when I looked them up, I think the most expensive one that I found was almost $50,000. That's, you know, on the internet that I found. 20-ton air conditioning and heating unit for $18,000. If there's one for $37,000. So I don't know where they're getting prices from.
They, we got two quotes. Got one, y'all submitted and also the company submitted, and the company that won the bid was lower. So they, it fell into where our engineer's estimate was predicting it to be. If I could try to pull it up. Is it, you have the engineer's estimate by any chance?
Let me see. It was in the report now, but. From the bid documents, right?
Very estimate, or how much we thought it would cost, and it was cheaper than what we thought it would cost. There is a.
Cause he had been working closely to figure out the HVAC conundrum because that roof is also not designed to carry anything. So all these are gonna be floor mounted in the back. Was not designed to have solar, wasn't designed to have any HVAC units. So then it had to be strong enough to circulate through the whole building. Trying to pull it up right now.
I'm just concerned because I mean, like I said, I found 4 different units, 20-ton units. And the most expensive one is almost $20,000. So, I mean, from 20,000 to 102 is a lot of money.
Other parts of the unit and obviously the prevailing wage. Usually what we do when we estimate items, we double the cost of the item to estimate it. And that's because prevailing wage, them installing it, cooking it up.
So this is probably a per unit, maybe that's a, with the installation and everything else. And
usually like double it and say that's it, and it usually gets pretty close. But that's with all the materials, but not just, yeah, for every week.
You know, so I know that when you're looking at HVACs, you also have to really look at the specifications. Because they're residential, semi-commercial, and then there's industrial. And then the industrial ones, according to the area, like is there gonna be close to where there's a lot of oxidation, they're specially coated, so they will last longer. And I see the price range from 5,000, and I'm talking about a 10-ton HVAC, can go from 5,000 to 50,000. So it kind of varies where you want to go. And the warranty also goes up with the price too, you know. So I believe you can check on those specifications that way, make sure.
Yeah, because the project will gladly share how much they're gonna pay for it. And I can also share that. The exact.
That's troublesome to me when I find almost triple the amount of for unit, you know, I mean, I could see the difference, but the one here, the one I'm seeing here is the three-phase pack unit, air machine, commercial unit, 20-ton, $18,000. So that's concerning to me. So,
We knew it was gonna, the HVAC itself was going to be expensive, because actually over the summer went back and forth with, actually, let me find that email. Because that was the whole point, that I had actually asked to upsize it more. And the gentleman that Brian was working with was trying to dissuade us because it would cost more, the maintenance and everything, saying you get what you need, don't go too big. And at least based on how the spacing of the community center is, that why we landed, I think, on 10 units.
The prices that he has listed here, that includes the labor, the installation, the ducting.
Yeah, that's what I
Copper
was
line.
saying.
That's pretty much installed.
So it's not, yeah, it's not just.
It's not just the unit by itself.
Yeah, it's not electrical connection. Work is also in there. Right up, so. And we do have metal ducts running through the whole facility.
How many of these units are they purchasing? Because I don't think one will suffice
Yeah,
for
it's
the
split.
whole building.
Yeah.
More here, 5, 6, 7. This fine, 30 units.
70.
More.
At 18, 20,000 each, there's your 100,000.
No, that's each. It depends, the 20-ton is more.
Yeah, it says 4 on the. The thing I was at one point, I was asking for 40 tons. 2 each with 20-ton units. Yeah, I mean, they were still lower than the other. Giannis also had
Yeah.
bid on it.
For example, was under the estimate, so I didn't, which provided a lot of that, initial, for the cost estimate for all that. Yeah. It was under his estimate.
Yeah, the one thing that I learned that you know, when you put up big projects for bidding, the agency engineer actually does an estimate before even it goes out to bidding. So there's a number there that is gonna be very, very close to what contractors are gonna be bidding. So it's not gonna be a big surprise like if the agency engineer says it's gonna be $500,000 and then you get bids that are 800,000, a million, 2 million, 3 million. Then you know there's something that I cannot, you know, it's out of place, and then should be some concerns. But I'm sure you know you check the bidding process and everything.
Not to, and that's really what I checked. That's the overall price.
So any other question, comments? If not, I will continue to see, do we have a motion to, consider awarding the contract to Yanis Construction and also Kings County Air Conditioning? And I believe we're gonna change resolution 2025-16. Is there a motion? We have a motion by Councilmember Reynosa. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
It's second by Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, yeah.
Gomez.
Yes.
Aye. So for the record, let it show that it passed 401 absent. And now we'll go over to the next item, which is item B from consent calendar, and then we'll go into discussion. And I believe
pull it up.
Tony can pull up the item.
So this one is pretty straightforward, as mentioned in the staff report, was that given that we do have the current public works director retiring pretty soon within the next month, we found it prudent to look over the job description and see if there's any changes that need to be more accurate, reflecting the actual day-to-day duties. One of the things, the highlights were essentially that title in the job description said it was building inspector as well as code enforcement officer, which those responsibilities have since been delegated out to specific staff and or consultants. So we have a code enforcement officer and we have Will then doing our building inspections. The other updates there were also the water and wastewater operations. My understanding years ago that the public works director was also in charge of the water and wastewater plants. Since having a utilities supervisor and now utilities director, that really hasn't been the case. I've never known the public works director to necessarily be giving 100% oversight on both of the plants.
Mhm.
We've since delegated that to the utilities director, which that position was since November. So we took that out of the job description and said stated that they assist the utilities director in helping with those two water and wastewater plants. We clarified the management and oversight of all city facilities, since they already essentially do that. And then just the collaboration with the city engineer, since there's no mention of engineering.
Mhm.
Other cities do require that the public works director have some engineering background or also, in a sense, be the engineer. That's not necessarily feasible for our city. So since we do contract a city engineer, it's just stipulating that they work hand in hand in
Mhm.
executing all the big projects and kind of day-to-day tasks.
Mhm.
So if anything, it was more of a parsing down and clarification of the job description, not necessarily adding any additional work or removing, well, clarifying the work that they actually do, and removing the description and duties that weren't actually applicable anymore.
Hmm.
So that was the whole intent of just clarifying that, just to, again, with all the other policies that have been adopted and or amended, seeking clarification so everyone's working off the same baseline.
Mhm. Are there any other questions? This item is open for discussion now. Anybody
No.
like to make a comment or?
I just still feel that the public works director needs to be involved in some of this job description, because he's the guy that's gonna be leaving. So he needs to have some kind of say in, or at least go over it with them and say, this is what we're trying to do, but you don't even know. So you'll be leaving him out of the picture. I mean, he's been doing this job for quite a while, and he needs to have some input in it.
Mhm. That's a valid question or.
If I may ask, I mean, for clarification's sake, is there something specific?
No, I mean,
or-
it's just good. I'm say good. It's just something good to do with your head of the some departments. I mean, you can just go and change the job description. You got to give the department say, we're trying to clear up some of these job descriptions. We're gonna hire a new person. what do you think? Should we delete stuff? Should we add stuff that we might want to, things change, things that this public work director should know if we hire them? Now that, things, a lot of laws change and they need to know this kind of stuff. It's good to know. They're the people that.
It's a red line. Maybe he can have an input right now, see how he feels or what he thinks about.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, Rob, do you have a comment or do you have an input? How you feel about what has been mentioned at the meeting?
I think you're muted, Rob. If you were trying to speak.
No, I was just letting them know I was here.
Yeah, I was asking you if how you feel. Would you like to give an input or say something about this item that we're taking into consideration? You probably heard Councilman Verdugo's comments and see if you have any input.
Think you're muted again? Yeah.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I was kind of, I've been out on some sick days and everything, so I didn't even get a chance to look at it. But I guess I could look at it the next couple of days or tomorrow, and I could look at it and take a look at it, see, what I thought about it. But at this point in time, I mean, you already got your stuff in order and everything, so I just say go with what you have. I mean, I can look at it and, make some comments if you needed them, but you look like you already made your decision, so you could go with what you have on paper already.
Has been made, Rob, but the thing is that I would like for you to like stay what I'm talking and go over these job descriptions so you at least let them know what things that you might think that might need to be added to the job description, like the person that might be taking over the job needs to know, needs to have knowledge of before they even hire this person.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to do. I wanted that way sit down with Tony and go over them, see what you might want to add or delete. You know what I mean?
I mean, is that council's direction to have a staff member come talk to me?
It's the head of a department. We should.
Yeah, but by looking at the changes, I believe the intent is to simplify and remove some of the requirements that I do know for a fact that when Jerry Watson was the public works director, he had
You may need to go your mic closer. Veronica made a comment that you couldn't hear.
mine.
No, for Councilman Verdugo.
He had an engineering license. He also had a code enforcement building certificate.
Certified as a building inspector.
And he was also certified as a building inspector. So those were some of the requirements for a public works director at that time. And what this changing of policy is not actually changing any requirements for the individual that will be is actually helping, because in order for us to get a public works director with all these requirements, it'll be very difficult, very expensive, and the way in size of our city is not required to have all those licenses and certificates because of the cost, how much it will cost to bring in a public works director with those qualifications. So I believe it's not, for me, it's not taking away any input that you may have, in order to make this new job description,
Okay.
you know, is not taken away anyway, but also at the same time, I feel that it's not taking away any of the rights or privilege or requirement that you had in the past. This is more about making the changes necessary to let more other candidates to qualify for this position.
I would say
Okay.
I could be wrong. I don't believe it's an industry standard practice to be asking an outgoing employee what they would change unless there's something completely wrong with that job, that there's something just not functioning. And given the oversight that we do provide and I provide, is just seeing what are the pieces needed and what's actually happening. And as I said, this job description just parses or clarifies those actual responsibilities that aren't actually happening. So it was just to clean it up, not making any other major changes. We felt removing some of that, we did want to have councils okay, since we do actually have a internal recruitment process for it. But I mean, likewise, Mayor, maybe you could clarify my predecessor, did they have a lot of input in creating a new job description or the job description for city manager or in that process?
No, it didn't. And I think you know, this is something that like I said, your you know, Rob Williams' input it should be greatly appreciated. All his hard work, commitment, working for the city for so long, and knowing, you know, the infrastructure of the city is something that should be passed on to other city employees. It's always beneficial to have that collaboration, passing on your knowledge, your, you know, what you know about where the water lines run, the water lines, I mean, all the infrastructure underground. You know, all of that, it should be passed on to fellow employees and yeah, and that knowledge also to the next candidate who will be taking over. But to me, when it comes to the policy or job description, it should be more to upper management because it's not actually implementing or dictating how they're gonna run the department. Uh, but you know, I don't have a you know a problem. The one thing I do want to clarify, you know, as elected officials or the head of the local government, we don't want also micromanagement every department. You know, we should trust every department head, every supervisor, and on top of them, our city manager for making those uh, upper level decisions on the policy making job description. I think we may be qualified to probably have a saying, but that's not necessarily we're going to dictate what needs to be done. I believe this is just, you know, information for us. But at the end, if something goes bad, I believe that's gonna fall on the city manager by not implementing a good policy, a good job description, and also not communicating with city engineers, every department head. You know, that's my input on this. You know,
Yeah, that it's to be a person to do this kind of work. So in order to put a good job description out, you need to have what it takes to do a real he managed it, but he's not out there in the field. So who would be a better candidate to ask, hey, what kind of things that we should put on the job description for somebody to apply? Sit down with Tony, find out what needs, you know, what other stuff you might want to put on the job description. That's all.
it's understandable. David, do you have any comments or one comment? Because we were ready to make a decision tonight. And I don't know, I just want to make clear that we all have an input. It's not just one or two people trying to see what's going to be the outcome. I would like to the rest of council to please give an input and see how you feel. So before ask Rob, is you there? Do you feel that it's absolutely necessary for you to sit down and probably see what changes need to be made?
No, not at this time. You know, you got it on paper already, so just you're the head of the department, so just if they
All
want to
duties as
input, they
assigned.
would ask.
Okay, and David? Because this we just can make a decisions, but I would like for everybody to agree and be a consensus. If it wants to be tabled, give it more time, or if you guys are ready to make a decision, this is the time to take action.
We are closing the internal recruitment tomorrow, but regardless. Just hoping to be able to announce something soon, just to kind of continue the operations, keep things running as smoothly as possible.
So David, how you feel? You want to take action on this item, or would you like to give a comment? And the same for Leticia, because we all need to kind of.
The thing I see both ways where it's going, and I know where Lou was going with trying to hold it to speak with Rob. So it would help him probably. He can probably add a couple of things, or maybe take off a couple of things on the job description.
Leticia.
We have him on the line. I mean, he's putting his input saying that he trusts the qualifications that we already have for this new public works person. I mean, if I go and get hired in I'm a teacher. If I go into a classroom, I mean, I do it my way. I like some input, but I'm going to follow my 20 years of what I've been doing, And if we're going to hire someone, his qualifications are going to be to par. And Rob is here. He's been putting his 30 years. I think he wants to just walk away. Say, here's your city. I'm done. If you need my help, my input, I'm sure he can pick up the phone and say, here, I'm here for you at Avenal. And I'm sure he'll talk to the new public works person. I just don't see it putting on the table and discussing it again. I just don't see it. I have a motion to approve what we have now. I've looked at it. It seems reasonable to me. Rob has submitted all his paperwork.
I met with Rob and actually all department heads last week.
Yeah.
Part of what made my last week very busy. So I've gotten input on at least on direction, goals and such. This is just, it's kind of a guide for what we expect out of a public works director, which again is not really laying the groundwork to any specific projects, ideas and such. It's just expectations to hold people accountable to, which again is parsed down with simplifying some of the roles or responsibilities that are actually happening. In terms of a management position, it's already someone, as Leticia mentioned, or Mayor Pro Tem Gam has mentioned, that they're going to do things the way they need to get the goals to accomplish those responsibilities. But likewise, it's other duties as assigned, as all our other directors have learned It's being available after hours. It's, you know, responding to questions, comments and stuff all hours of the day and being ready to, you know, provide input, being ready to assemble the team to make whatever project needs to happen. And at least with Public Works, that's never been an issue. Whenever we put a focus on what needs to happen, they get it done. It's hard to dictate, I want you to do this way. Of course not. We don't specify you're handling a landscaping crew of 3 people. You're gonna handle a maintenance crew of this many people because that's fluid. That's still gonna be changing. There's still some input from Rob that we're gonna be implementing moving forward. It's just not necessarily something that's gonna go in a job description.
I'll just say that you're not limited in the number of times you can update
Amend
it, so
it,
if something
amend
comes
it.
up.
I actually was gonna make that motion to take action on the item as it is, but I would recommend for Robert to meet with you in the next week or so. And if he has any input, then bring it back to council and we can look at it and then we can amend it. I mean, like I think it can be amended at any time. So I don't see a conflict. Actually, I will also appreciate his input, if he has any, and bring it back to us, just to be practical.
My issue wasn't that what was there, what's here.
Mhm.
My issue was did Rob have any input? And that's what I want. So I want Rob to actually have input in this. Which I don't have an issue with what's in it.
Mhm.
It's fine. My thing was Rob should have had input on this
Okay.
before he became into us.
Yeah.
But now, you know, now that's here, Rob's
Mhm.
gonna meet with them, so that's fine.
Yeah, because we cannot micromanage everything. This is an open public meeting. We're conducting city business and I believe, you know, we should each have an input, each one of us, not only one or two. So
We
with
have
that,
a motion on the table with the short-term bond. Do we have a second?
with that-
Roll call.
Mhm.
Yes. Like I said, yes.
We have short-term bonds?
Yes.
We have this one.
Yes. So motion passes, 401 absent, and like I said,
That'll be 2025-17.
517. So we're gonna have to change this to around.
No. We'll wait it out.
We'll say 2027, 2025, 17. Okay, so now we go to item number 10, which is correspondent announcements and closing comments. Thank you, guys.
Did you use the mail? Or is that you in the conversation?
Mhm.
About the NPPC. I can do each individual here to do it on their own, because that's what they want to do.
So, okay, we'll work with your schedule. I know you're busy too. Well, before we go into council announcements, closing comments, I would like to give the opportunity to Carlos Contreras, who's here. I believe he wanted to address council about.
Yeah, that's closed session.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
some
that's
closed session. Oh, okay, I thought it was, no.
Yeah.
I thought, okay, I knew he was coming. So with that, we'll go into closed session, but before that, I want to make sure that we have closing comments from the rest of staff and everybody. So Carla, do you have any closing comments, announcements, correspondence?
I can pass it out from here.
So we're right now getting a flyer on a youth council event. I think it'd be helpful. It's going to connect us with the community and have the community our members that we have. We do have a kind of statement is having been distributed. That is major. So we hope to have the community come out, speak to you guys, sharing the as well. Um,
Yeah, I know council's brought it up, having again the chat with council and bringing something back again, so. Staff took that and trying to at least get something on the schedule, because talk is cheap, so. There's a date that works for the council time. Doesn't have to be all 5 council members, but we can do this more regularly. If we had at least 2, 3 would be good.
That's the violation.
Yeah, it would be posted.
I don't like it. Violation.
That's why we want to have a firm date and time.
So
And it was
this
brought
is-
up last night too,
Mhm.
Lamore doing their coffee, coffee, chat and coffee, for what they called it. There you go. We're testing it out.
So this is open or only this day, February 26th? This is a Wednesday, huh? Yes. Wednesday,
2 weeks.
2 weeks. You guys, well, do we have to make a decision tonight or?
You guys can let us know on the chat or reach out to Angie or Carla. There's a preferred. Because right now that everyone's here, maybe good to at least get, like I mentioned, 2 or 3 that could be available.
I'm available that day.
Me too.
David? Verdugo? Let's set it then for Wednesday, the 26th.
Yeah,
We got
okay,
that.
thank you. Looks
that-
really good.
And I was gonna say, this is good because sometimes we do see a lot of comments, rumors and statements on the social media, and sometimes it's not like they're saying it, so it's good to get the facts from what actually state of the city. Okay. So another one, any other closing comments? No? So Angie, you're done. So we go to our city manager, closing comments. Announcements.
City Hall will be closed on Monday, President's Day.
President's Day.
Yes. Last night's event, the city county coordinating meeting was a success. Could have had a little bit more participation, but I think everyone who attended enjoyed it very much.
Mhm.
Other than that, it's been a busy internal month with staff, all the goal setting and such, so we will be setting up some dates probably in March to kind of go over everything. Do some more council training as well. And other than that, just appreciate the council for a speedy and efficient meeting.
Thank you. We'll go to legal counsel, closing comments.
No, not this time, thank you.
Thank you. Closing comments by Councilmember David Reynosa.
Not at this time.
Closing comments by Councilmember Verdugo. No. And closing comments by Mayor Pro Tem Gomez.
Thank you.
Well, I just want to report real quick. I've been representing the city, different meetings through the county in Fresno, Selma, Hanford. Been attending most of the city events. I'll be meeting with, like I mentioned before, with the council in Fresno Friday, the 28th at 3 p.m. And I would like to, I'm going to see if somebody may be able to probably go with me and see how we can try to bring more services to the city of Avenal directly and not like in the past. That is very difficult for our residents to actually get an appointment on the day they come. And what else?
There is a public comment from Veronica Geary. She said she missed public comment, if she could have a few minutes. I don't know if you'd like to reopen public comments. Up to council.
No, yeah, well, I don't know what the cause was, but yeah, we'll let her for this time, but because we're still gonna go to closed session, but yeah, she can openly go and.
So you'd like to go back to
just-
public comments,
yeah.
so we have the.
We'll go back to public comments and open it for, I believe we have Veronica Aguirre
Yes.
online.
Hi, good evening, council. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I apologize. I was a little late getting on the call today. It was a little earlier than I had anticipated. What I really wanted to discuss, and I was hoping to address it prior to Mr. Anderson giving his report, was the main concern that community members have is the extra tonnage that is coming from LA. Nobody ever said the fires. It's coming from a closed Chiquita Canyon. A thousand tons per day is coming from there. It has been confirmed from CARB, and that means excess amount of trucks are coming into our community, which already saw the problem. Now they can't guarantee when people are idling out there. They have no control, and that's another issue. The other issue is the amount of tonnage that is coming into our community. We're going to see an increase in complaints over the odor. And I really think that that is something that needs to be addressed. Again, it continues. People are having problems with vectors. We get a number of complaints from community members that are having a number of vectors going into their homes, outside of their homes, and they're very concerned. And so I wanted to bring that to your attention, that I really think that we need to discuss these issues, because right now, maybe they aren't getting the garbage from the fires, but if you look online, it says that they listed a number of landfills that they are in California that they plan on taking it to, and that one of them is on there is the closed Chiquita Canyon. So if Chiquita Canyon is closed and we're getting some of Chiquita Canyon's garbage, more than likely Avenal will probably be on the list. And I think that it's time that we prepare for that kind of thing. Again, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and I really hope you guys take this into consideration. Not everything is wonderful and everything, because the community is still living in a nuisance. The odor continues to become a problem, and the nuisance is not being addressed. Okay, thank you very much. Have a great night.
Thank you for your comment. It will be considered. Okay. So with that, we'll close public comments, and we'll be going into closed session. And if we have anything to report, we will do so after closed session.
Take a 10-minute, 5-minute.
5 minute break. Yeah, let's take a 5 minute break.
Thank you.
Ready?
To go, Mayor. 11:15. Hey,
Hello, everyone. We just came out of closed session and at this time we do not have anything to disclose. There were no action taken. The time is 11:59. Meeting adjourned. Good night. 11:59.
12 o'clock now, happy Valentine's Day.